All right, we're live. I'm very excited. This is going to be a very special stream. I think there might be a really goofy bit coming up that is using Web 1.0 technology for your enjoyment. But anyhow, before we get into that, the special effect that will be pending and coming up, it's going to be a special effect, special guest, a famous art critic that pretty much made Pollock a household name, and a famous pretentious art critic. This is running with the pretension theme from the last live stream. So anyhow, I'll wait till we see if we get anybody showing up in the chats first. So we'll come back to this full camera view. If you're tuning in for the first time, I'm Joshua Kemble, and I'm an illustrator, graphic designer, and I'm going to be working on some comics. But once we have a couple viewers, maybe let me know in the comments, be like, hey, it looks like we got a couple people here. It doesn't have to be a ton. It's just I don't want to be the tree falling in the forest when this special effect happens. Adam said, recording a song for my friend's funeral service. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but that's cool that you're recording a song for it. And he said, I will be back when I'm done. I don't know if I should do the special effect without Adam here, because I think out of everyone in our community, I think Adam would really appreciate this amazing special effect that's coming up. Philip said, good evening, I'm here, LOL. So Adam, are you going to be here for like 2 seconds for a very quick special effect that can... Yes, yeah, he's already talked about it. I know, okay. Anyhow, okay. Adam said he's watching for a couple of minutes. My wife was saying it's not an appropriate time to be joking around if somebody's friend passed away. Yeah, 100%. I was just saying, I know Adam a little bit, so I think he'll appreciate the lighthearted nature of this, because I know that happened about a week ago. So, and I am sorry for that. That does suck. Okay. Are you guys ready? Here we go. We're going to do this special effect. This is Clement Greenberg, who's going to be joining the show. And I have no idea what he's going to say because I threw this together about 5 seconds before going live. All right. So I am a fan of the Artcasters community, of pretty much everything done by this community. And I just wanted to say the flatness of the art by people in this community, the flatness of the forms, the flatness and the beauty of all of the people in this community, Adam Lohr, Frank Salazar, Philip Chandler, like these great artists. They're great artists, and they know how to make the forms and the flatness and the boldness of the artwork. That was it. That was my bet. Okay. Anyhow, hopefully that kind of made your guys' day. I just was thinking about it, and I was like, technically, on OBS, you can have like a transparent a transparent PNG that has like a blurred out mouth, and you can have anyone talk like that, which I was like, that's amazing that we can do that on the live stream. So awesome. And Adam said, laughed and said, I loved it. Okay, awesome. Dee Dee, welcome. Did you wind up catching when we had Clement Greenberg on the show? Because, and Adam said you should do more stuff like that. Yeah, there's going to be more stuff like that because I'm a goofball. Dee Dee, did you manage to catch our guest appearance of Clement Greenberg on the show? The famous art critic who made Pollock a household name. Oh, she said no, just got here. What do you guys think? Should I show Dee Dee this amazing special effect as well? You guys, this is an art stream too, just so you know. Like, this isn't for the people who are in the chats and watching currently, but people watching after the fact. Bear with me. We'll be drawing some stuff. I'm just doing goofball stuff for a second. Okay. Philip Chandler said, "Wow, I thought he was actually here." Okay, I'm gonna bring back Clement Greenberg. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a limited time to be on this show. I already kind of said my thoughts. I took my cash for the statements that I made about the Ardcasters. I guess I'll just tack on that I think that Dee Dee Willingham's sense of flatness and design is exquisite and wonderful and amazing. That is all I will say about it, and I have to go again. Okay, so that was Adam said sounded like the voice of the main character in Infinity Pool. Yes, it did. Philip Chandler said, "Wow, Mr. Greenberg, what an honor." I know. And the cool thing is, technically, you guys could pretend you didn't know that was a bit, and like on your next art book, you can quote Mr. Greenberg's statement about your art. You can be like, I mean, Clement Greenberg, the art critic, said this about my work. You know, I'm just saying. And expect more of that goofiness to come in the future. That literally was something I thought of doing 2 seconds before going live. Oh, is there no audio? Oh my goodness, hang on. Did we lose our audio? Let me check my audio. Oh, okay. I think the audio is working on my end. If anyone else is having trouble with the audio, let me know. I wonder if like a cable got loose or something. Oh, okay. Philip said I'm hearing it just fine. And then Adam said it must have been me that lost audio. Adam, I'd love to hear the song you do for Phil. That would be really cool to check out. He was a hilarious dude too, so yeah, it'd be nice to see what you do. Dee Dee said that deserves a cup of coffee. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let's get into art. So and maybe we'll do some more Clement Greenberg bits if you guys think of things you want to hear Clement Greenberg say. Just let me know. And here we go. We're going to get into art. So I've been working on page 29. Oh, okay. Adam said my audio just went out temporarily. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you got it back. And again, I'm really I don't know if it's a song you want to share, but if you wanted to share it, even if you want to just like, I don't know, message it to me on Facebook or something, I'd love to hear it. I love the music that you make, Adam. I think it's really good. And you guys all out there actually should check out Adam Lohr's music. He's a good musician. I did a cover of one of his songs a couple streams back called Particle Target. Okay, so here we go. We're going to get into drawing some amazing art. And I hope that the appearance of Clement Greenberg, the world famous art critic from centuries past who coined the modernist movement as we know it to this day, did not blow everyone's minds to the extent where we can't now do art. I don't know, my mind's pretty blown. I am actually way too tickled by that bit, and I think I'm going to bring it back in multiple fashions. Adam said, I'm singing a song about not wanting to sing a song at a funeral. Very upbeat. That's actually, that kind of fits Phil, I think. That sounds really appropriate. Dee Dee said, I haven't seen your stream lately, Adam. Hope you are okay. Yeah, Adam did a tribute to him on his channel, and I'm sure he can tell you more about Phil. But like, there's this comedian that Adam was really good friends with, and they do like Christmas specials and like a lot of really amazing things together. And he basically went under, like, from what I understand, this is all from Adam's tribute, but he went under the Save State Gamer, and he used to do these parody videos of game reviews, but they kind of became, from what I could gather, like they went from these kind of short sketches that were somewhat of a parody to like this whole other level of comedy, where he created this like character, and it was like a character within a character with just like, and the writing that he did, I mean, like, he is, just from watching that tribute video, I was like, this guy is like one of the most solid comedic writers I've heard. And it's really sad. I think he brought joy to a lot of people in that community, and I'm sure Adam. I don't want to speak for, again, somebody I didn't know super well, but from what I gather from Adam's channel, it sounds like we lost a good one. So, yeah. And then Adam also said karaoke night in a couple weeks. That sounds exciting. All right. We should do karaoke, I think. I think rocking some karaoke would be fun. Okay, so here we go. We're going to kind of get into coloring this entire crazy page. I have to kind of resettle some stuff just because my Greenberg bit put my put my setup all out of whack. I appreciate Dee the super chat. Like, special effects like that are extremely expensive to put together. I know these high-end special effects. They're a tax on our channel. And yeah. How are you guys doing? What are you guys working on? What projects are you working on? Philip, I started to watch a little bit of your of one of your shows where you were talking about I think you said something like don't become a caricature artist. And I watched about 20 minutes of it on my drive to work, and I plan on trying to catch up with it. Maybe the next time I have a drawing thing where I can't live stream, I want to kind of watch more of your videos, like your live streams, because I haven't tuned into a lot of them, but it was super entertaining and interesting. And your co-hosts were really fascinating as well. It sounds like a good idea. I'm glad you guys are getting that thing going. Adam said Phil is a great a great author. He has published books and wrote a lot on his website called Noiseless Chatter. Yeah, I saw that he had done a couple like books on gaming, but they seemed like they were like, at least from what I saw, it seemed like they were like way different than like a lot of kind of typical books on gaming, where he'd talk about like his personal experience like with a game. And yeah, Noiseless Chatter looks cool too. I'm gonna have to dig through that just to kind of read back. I personally just feel sad that I like only found out about him, through what recently happened, because yeah, he's somebody that I think more people should be familiar with. All right, so we are gonna get into drawing this, like working on this this thing, and working on coloring this lovely set of plants. Philip said, I stepped out last minute. I'm back. We did a character, all did caricatures at one time. It definitely has its ups and downs. He said, I'm kind of honored that you watched it. Don't be honored. I I should watch it more. It was good. And I will tell you guys, Philip Chandler has some really good videos on like perspective that before he was live streaming, he had up, and I think the way he was kind of breaking down and explaining perspective was like super helpful. So I would highly endorse it. Plus, Philip's a really nice guy. We met up in Canada, and it was good times. I kind of feel bad because when we met up, we went to this Chinese food restaurant, and they took, like, no kidding. I mean, Philip can tell you in the chats, but like they took like a good like hour and a half to like get our food to us. And then a good like almost an hour to like get us the check for the food afterwards. We and it's funny because I'm like a guy who I used to work in a service industry, so I'm not like a fan of like being rude to service people. So like it was really hard, but we ended up just having to like, because it's like I'm kind of going to lunch, but I also have to get back to my booth at the convention. Um, and so it was this weird thing where we had this great conversation, and it was so fun hanging out with Philip. But then I think also we both felt a little weird because we're like, wow, this is a little awkward. Like that was a little awkward. Um Philip said our next one is the 17th, and that's the one I'd like to have you on if you're free. I can try to make it happen. I just need to know the time, like what time you guys go live. Um, but yeah, let me know the time if it's, the only thing with my schedule is like if it, obviously coincides with like my day job, like I won't be able to, but if it's on a weekend or it's like past 9 p.m. Pacific time, I can usually swing doing a show. And I can try to arrange my comicking around that so that if I do cartoon while I'm doing it, I can pick to be at a point in a project where I can be on a stream. So yeah, point. That's a long-winded way of me saying yeah, I'm interested. Let me know what time, and if I can make it, I will. But I'll try. But yeah, yeah, Philip was saying it was a little disappointing considering the place was a little expensive. Yeah, for sure. But it was still like a really fond memory because it's like, it's rare that you get to meet people, like for instance, I feel like I've gotten to know you guys pretty well. So it's kind of neat to like have times where I've met some of you guys in reality, and it's been fun. Um, it's a fun experience being able to kind of like, like I was pretty familiar with Philip because he shows up and hangs out on these live streams, and so it was like it was just neat to like be able to put a face to the name and talk and meet in person. I think that's always a good thing. And it was also kind of cool from my point of view, to go to a totally different country and to be able to meet, somebody that is familiar, that's somebody I know, that was a cool experience. All right, so we have all of these different greens, and I want to have a variety of different greens here. I also might want to do a little bit with those. I think those were flowers. So that might be worth kind of revisiting the green bush on the left. And I will tell you guys, like, we'll probably do some flat coloring and maybe we'll get another visit from Clement Greenberg, world renowned art critic. I mean, you never know. Philip said, I was a little embarrassed and I hope it didn't taint your experience. No, not at all, dude. Like, I had a great time. I had the best opinion of, like, to me, um, especially with all the turmoil, that's been happening in the US, in the last few years. It was a little hard to wanna return except for my family, like, because it's like it's nice. Like, Toronto's an amazing city, and honestly, like, even that was a fun experience. I feel like, one thing I will, say about my personality is I don't tend to like, if I'm gonna travel or something, I try not to, like, get too bent out of shape about things going a different way. Um, even though I can get pretty, I do get very easily, like, stuck in routines and stuff like that. But, like, like, a good example is, like, whenever I go to Disneyland, I just kind of expect, okay, I'm gonna have to spend money, like, because Disneyland's expensive. It just is. So if you ever go to Disneyland, you just kind of have to abandon you have to kind of abandon the worry of money because you're just not gonna get out of there without dropping a ton of money. Um, so like once, like for me, it's the same thing. Like if I'm on vacation, which I rarely do, but if I do vacation, I feel like even the bad experiences on the trip can be a really fun experience and a good memory. Um, I don't know if that makes sense. And that wasn't even a bad experience. It was actually kind of a funny story. So I feel like, yeah, nothing to worry about there, Philip. You were awesome. So we have these there's these flowers that I kind of want to color. And I feel see now it's a problem now that I've presented the Clement Greenberg bit because if I'm like drawing flowers, I feel like I need Clement Greenberg to talk about the flatness and the shape and the form and the color and the expression and the machismo of the flowers. So a couple things about Greenberg. He was notorious for um for anybody who doesn't know, because it's like a deep cut kind of art school joke. Um, so when I was in grad school, we had to read a bunch of like Greenberg's writing, and he was a guy who would say like super misogynistic stuff. Um, and it's like it's weird because it's like very much that of its time kind of stuff, like just things that now if you said, you'd be like, "Wow, this person's insane." Even then, like, people kinda considered him a bit of, like, a misogynist, and he kind of formed the whole modernist movement, so, like, a lot of people who were kinda breaking down canvases and trying to show, like, geometry and flatness and the form of paint and stuff, that's kinda what he was that was, like, his whole kinda thing. And he had this whole theory about like beauty and art, and that the fact that he was a little jingoistic too, where he'd like be all about like appropriation of like other cultures, and a lot of that part was very much like of its time kind of stuff. But he was like behind a lot of the, like the kind of weird tribalistic um what would it be called, it's not tribalistic, it's cultural appropriation that they would call like tribal, instead of like kind of considering the context, they just like try to take the context out of the art and just view it for like the flatness and the presence of what it was. So anyhow, Greenberg was like a pretty controversial figure, and the later movement of like postmodernism and stuff kind of had this whole like fight against him. And a lot of postmodernism, a lot of what like Warhol was doing, um, a lot of the kind of later guys, even in like, abstract painting, which was like what Greenberg kind of considered like the pinnacle of great art. Um, a lot of later postmodern stuff and other movements, like there's so many other movements that spawned out of just a gut visceral reaction of like dislike for Greenberg. So, but the catch is he always was smoking and he always had like patch tweed jackets on and he was always like super pretentious, like just 100% pretentious. So since we were riffing on that yesterday and making the kind of joke pretension stream, I was trying to think of like what face I could do that effect with, and Greenberg just instantly became the guy. I know, very exciting stuff. Landon's joining us and said, "Hey Josh, how's it going, Landon?" And then Adam, whenever you're back, feel free to let me know, and maybe we can get you on the stream. Yeah, so we're coloring all of these different plants. How are you guys doing? I feel like Dee Dee did say what she was working on, but anyhow. Oh, and then we're joined by Paul Pape. Paul, for anybody watching this stream, when I redo this bit for people who are just joining, I hope that you will bear with me. Paul, did you see our guest Clement Greenberg, the famous art critic? You have to let me know in the chats. If you haven't, I can pull up our special guest Clement Greenberg. I mean, he may not be happy to be back, but I can probably go get him. Because I feel like if you missed out on this joy, Dee Dee said she's working on lots of things as usual. It's awesome. Yeah, Dee Dee does really cool, like kind of collage art and a lot of like coloring. Like, but these aren't like, I don't know. It's like if I say coloring book, people might think like, oh, you know, it's a coloring book, and it's like, no, she like does like these beautiful coloring pages that are like they're very much like the kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's a whole movement, like a craft movement, but it's really cool. And what Dee Dee does on her channel is really quite inspiring and fun. Paul said, "Nice rad iron chair. Thank you." Philip said, "I'm working on some Halloween merch. Crocs has to go on the back burner for a while." Nice. Well, I feel like Halloween merch. Philip, I'm all about Halloween, so definitely let me know when you have some made, because we're a household that digs Halloween quite a bit. Did you end up checking out I think I was talking to you about that, Rody Matteo, his stuff? He's probably of all I think him and David Hartman would be like the two best like Halloween illustrators. David Hartman for like monsters for sure. But I feel like Rody Matteo, if you're into that, like the classic kind of, you know, the Black Cat Halloween thing, I think those would be like really cool and inspiring to look at. Paul said, "Evening, Dee Dee," and then Dee Dee was saying, "Yeah, comic artists should know about coloring." It's true. I'm doing coloring. Dee Dee does coloring, like, but it's good coloring, right? It's not. Well, I wouldn't group mine with what Dee Dee's doing because I think she does some pretty incredible stuff. But it's like, yeah, it's just on a whole different level. It's like an artist approaching a coloring page, which I think is really cool. Oh, and Dee Dee does portraits of people and pets, and those are really cool. You post those on Instagram, I believe, too. Yeah. Philip said, "I'm actually doing a spoof of the old Universal monsters, so I'll have to check it out." Nice. The Universal monsters are great. I feel like if you're gonna do that spoof too, the monster cereals would be a great spoof at some point as well. I feel like I want to draw Frankenberry because he's Frankenberry. He's amazing. Dee Dee said, Philip, I drew 31 movie monsters my way a couple years ago for Inktober. That's awesome, Dee Dee. That's really cool. Oh, and Philip said my designs took some influence from those. I'm guessing you're saying from the monster cereals. And then he was saying, Dee Dee, that's awesome. Paul, if you're still there, I think I can still get Clement Greenberg back. So I just what I want to do before we bring this beautiful special effect back. Because if you guys are familiar with my stream, you know I will take a good bit and I will repeat it till it's dead. that's my humor. But anyhow, so I am gonna bring back Clement Greenberg by popular demand. I have heard the voices demanding this in the audience. I can't share any of their chats on screen because, to be honest, I think I might be the only voice demanding the return. But I'm going to make it happen just for you, Paul. Paul said, I'm working on my samurai tie animation. I'm about 3 minutes in. That's awesome. That's cool. I didn't know that was going to be an animation. That is really cool, Paul. Okay, Paul was demanding there we go. We've got our demand. Yes, get the Greenberg. All right. We're going to do this one more time. And I don't know if we can get Clement Greenberg. Oh. Hello. I just look, you guys, I have been a guest on the show. I have graced it with my presence and my critique. Honestly, I think Mr. Kemble needs to work more on his form, on his machismo, on his presentations. I think what he's making is cute craft, but it's not art. That's what I think. It's not art. And with that, I'm going to go. I hope you're happy. You guys overplayed it by bringing me back here, and now I had to say negative things about the host. Goodbye. Wow, that was heartbreaking. I don't know if I could take that critique. So that was Clement Greenberg, you guys, the famous renowned critic, the father of the modernist movement in art, and apparently he didn't like my art. So I don't think he was a fan of comics, to be honest. So what are you? I love it. Philip also said, "Do it, Josh." So what did you guys think of that amazingness that just ensued? I feel like we're really leveling up as a show. I mean, when we're getting art critics that shaped, the history of the fine art world, as just like random guests on our stream, it's just kind of amazing. Um, I mean, how can you beat that, And I noticed Adam in the chats too. Adam, whenever you're back, if you do want to come on, and I'm still, flattened and stuff, let me know and I'll send you a link, okay? Paul Pate said LMAO. Philip said, I think I'll have to agree to disagree with Mr. Greenberg. I think a lot of people in modern times have come to that conclusion about Mr. Greenberg. It's kind of interesting because some of the things the guy brought to art were really cool. Like he was really big on sort of formal analysis, and so and kind of breaking things down into the geometry of them when he critiqued, and that was very influential and has been really helpful for a lot of people, especially in graphic design and illustration, where it's like you can kind of be like more of a formalist, um and that can get you so far, but he also kind of took the soul out of a lot of art. And so especially a lot of art criticism. And so there's a lot of critics that pretty justifiably are like, okay, the guy did some contributions that have influenced the way, like, a lot of us critique, using things that are like Greenbergian ideas even in illustration, but it's just like it just went too far. He went too far. I mean, far enough to like trash my comics on the live stream. I mean, that's pretty heartbreaking. Paul Pate said, after last night and then that, I didn't know you were so good at voices. The problem. Oh, Dee Dee was asking about Elizabeth. Let me put a pin in that too about the voices, because the thing is, I can kind of, if I'm just joking around, I can do it, but I'm kind of like a it's like, those people who would say like, "Oh, I'm funny, I could be a stand-up." And it's like, "No, you can't." You know what I mean? I'm definitely one of those people when it comes to voices where I can kind of make a voice okay every once in a while, especially if I'm in the mood for it. But like if I were trying to do that for Jim and he pressed record, I would be like I would freeze up and probably have like a terrible performance, which is funny because I can do it live on a stream, but it's like I also don't think these are like exquisite voices when you listen back to them. But yeah, I can do some voices. There's some voices that, I think we can all do voices if we're honest. I think I think most people I know have like a couple characters in their back pocket. But I definitely had a time when I was younger, because I was the youngest sibling. So I would try to kind of crack my sisters up by doing like different voices of different characters and stuff like that. So there is a little bit of that in my blood, but nowhere near like what Jim can do. If you guys want to hear some of the most amazing voice acting by Jim, I my favorite voice acting that Jim has done was for like the Brevian hip hop arc. Like that to me was probably one of the funniest things I've ever heard. You know. So we have a lot of kind of interesting things happening with these leaves. But we're getting there, guys. I don't know if you guys have recovered from the excitement, the special effects, the just breathtaking high budget experience that is this art stream. It's I mean, there's other art streams out there, but do they have Clement Greenberg as a guest? It's that's a that's a hard stretch to find. Find me a show, another live stream show that has Clement Greenberg. So we've got this tree And this tree is going to be a beast. So I cannot believe, Paul, that you're doing the samurai tie thing. I just can't believe it. As an animation, that's amazing. How long is it going to be? Are you able to kind of reveal how long the animation's going to be? By the way, you guys should pick up the Samurai Tie comic. And also, you guys should be reading the Detective Perez comics that Paul made. They're really impressive. Again, I liked Paul's work before picking those up, but one thing that to me is the measure of a good cartoonist. I kind of talked about this on a vlog a little bit ago. Was like the idea of like people kind of spending the time to do their interiors like with as much interest and care as they put into their cover. And like how that can be like a good trick to kind of get your pages looking better is just like commit to your interior as much as you would on the cover. Anyhow, point being, Paul is definitely a good example of that, where I was just blown away. Like Detective Perez was good and interesting and seemed really cool enough to buy. And Paul's a nice guy and he's a talented cartoonist. So I'm like, okay, I gotta support him. I gotta pick this up. But then when you get into it and you start reading the story and you see the just at least to me coming from the perspective of a cartoonist, looking at the stuff he's doing, it's like so sophisticated. Like he is a, not to blow too much smoke here, but it's like Paul is a heavy hitting cartoonist. Just with like your drawing skills, Paul, are pretty up there, dude. Paul said after last night, and then that I already read that. That was the good at voices thing. He was saying the animation length is going to be about 4 minutes. That's awesome. Very cool. That's ambitious. Are you doing limited animation or like full out animation? And then will your animation be able to rival the amazing animation we just saw with Clement Greenberg and his mouth? That's the most important question. Of all the questions, I think that would be the biggest one. Will it rival the sheer production care that was put into that bit? So I did a vlog today. I didn't want to get too heavy into it because I did talk about this on a vlog, but it's been a really weird kind of up and down day. And I talked pretty thoroughly about it on my vlog, but it's been like one of those days where there's a lot of great things occurring in my life, but I also am filled with a little bit of grief over some of the like harder things that are occurring more recently. You know, I think I talked about it, but it's like I have a really close friend who was kind of like a second parent to me when I was a teenager. And that friend was just diagnosed with cancer. And I don't want to get like too heavily into it, like who the person is or anything like that, but it's pretty far along. So it's like, and that's not the first news like that um that I've heard or been kind of living through with other people, nearer to my life. And so it's like been this really weird, bittersweet day. And I think, yeah, with like, even with Adam going through what he's going through, the loss of his friend, and my wife has been hit pretty hard with some really sad news outside. It's been like a very um, weird day where it's like there's just this. I think I called the video like polarities because it's like weird. It's just a weird thing to kind of balance. Heavy stuff with like light stuff. Um, the good with you know the horrible. It's a weird juggling act that I think we're all doing, and I don't know. I've been a little surprised by so far. I don't know. I think I guess it might just be the deadline of this project has kept me pretty focused on like kind of moving forward and kind of not sinking into some of these darker things. um but yeah, full disclosure, that's been my day so far. But then I feel like, to me, this is why I felt like the Clement Greenberg bit was good. Was like I feel like we need a little lightness and levity, because I don't think I'm alone on going through that kind of stuff. I think there's been a slew of things, and there will continue to be, because life is can be really tough. So that was interesting. To Probably not the most pleasant thing to talk about. Oh, Paul was saying his animation's going to be pretty full out. That's awesome. And he said it's almost 2 a.m. and my daughter has a flat. Bummer. See y'all. Well, I hope your daughter's okay. Go help with the flat, and I hope it didn't happen on like a freeway or something. Um, and we'll see you when you come back, Paul. That was Paul Pate. I He's doing an animation for Samurai Tai, which is a comic that he actually did with a friend. There's a friend it's kind of loosely based on, and it's good stuff. Animation is really good. Dee Dee said watched and commented on your vlog. Thanks. That's awesome. Yeah, I really very much appreciate. I don't know. I really appreciate having the vlog and having the Artcasters community and having projects. I feel like that really helps with. I don't know. I think I'm a strange person in the sense that I tend to respond to um, heavier occurrences, usually by like doubling down on work. That kind of tends to be my approach. So this is going to be the thing I'm going to be flatting probably till about 2 a.m. tonight. Oh, and Dee Dee, you were asking what was happening with Elizabeth. My goodness, I have been remiss in not telling you that. I think I got caught up in getting excited that Paul was here and being able to show him the wondrous glory of Clement Greenberg. Um, so let me go ahead and get that all set up. Wait, what was I setting up? I just realized I had a moment where I was zoning out on my art and saying I'm going to get something set up. I don't need to get something set up. So Dee Dee, let me explain to you where we're at. Thank you. You re-geared me here saying, so where are we at with Elizabeth? Okay, so Elizabeth has um let's see, how far back do you want the recap to go? Basically, like, the story starts Elizabeth Barrett Browning's younger brother. We're introduced, we don't know it's her younger brother yet, but we see him like drown at sea. And then we flash forward to 50 Wimple Street, where Elizabeth Barrett Browning lives when she's still Elizabeth Barrett, at the Barrett's residence. And we see that she's sad. She's writing poems about uh, death, and she's filled with sorrow. And yet she's also written a poem about having both sorrow but also being surprised by falling in love. And we see that she's kind of like bedridden, but on a chase lounge, and that she's at her father's residence on 50 Wimple. Then we're introduced to Robert Browning, who we find out is courting Elizabeth, and uh, that there's some kind of plan being concocted between him and Elizabeth, but he's definitely like not approved by her father. Um, Oh, got it. Okay. So then we flash forward to like they elope. The father gets mad. They get on a steamship from when they're eloping. Elizabeth and Robert and her maid Wilson get on a steamship. They head on the steamship from England to Italy. Genoa, Italy is where they arrive at the port, and then they end up at Casa Guidi. They're at Casa Guidi. It's the first time Elizabeth felt kind of normal, partially because the air and the climate just, and she is plagued with like sickness and taking a lot of laudanum, to which they used to use in Victorian times to kind of deal with it. And then they go to the market. So it wasn't a train station, but that's close, Dee Dee. So they go to like an open market in Italy, Wilson and Elizabeth. And Wilson's like negotiating with different people in Italian to get, wares. And then Elizabeth stumbles, trips, knocks over a like a container of produce, and the vendor there is like really mad and kind of about to chew her out till Wilson chews him out. And then he kind of feels bad because she's basically like, can't you see the lady's sick? So he props her up on on like a barrel. And we find out between a dialogue between Wilson and Elizabeth that Elizabeth is pregnant. And then this page is showing the different phases of her pregnancy. So if you look, her stomach is gradually increasing in size. So that's what we're watching here. But we're also watching time fly by. So this is the training montage, the 80s training montage of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Um, and then the page that I already completed that comes after this, let's see here. That I'm glad you actually asked. I thought I had the page that. Oh, I do. Hold on. The page that comes after this, I'll pull up too. I did this off stream, but this is the next page in the sequence. And so we see her gradually get more and more pregnant. And then the next is Wilson. Like, this is an overhead shot of Casa Guidi. And then Wilson slams open the door, grabs a kid, says, "Fetch the doctor," hands him a coin that we did research for. It took forever to find that coin. And then the kid runs off. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we're at on the story. So I'm guessing if she's saying "fetch the doctor" in the last panel, she was like pretty far along in her pregnancy. you can kind of guess where it's heading. Dee Dee said, "Thanks, Josh. I've been following the story. Really looking forward to the book." Yeah, I figured I owed you a recap because I know you actually like, and I think actually it's good you spoke up because I think there's a few people who watch the stream who are kind of invested in knowing like, wait a minute, what's happening? Because it's a bit like there is a bit of it's a very dramatic story, and so it's got a little bit of the appeal of like a good like soap opera or something. So I mean, I think, I'm not going to besmirch the writing by saying it's a soap opera, but it's got some like serialized interest to it where it's like, I would want to know too. So I'm glad you asked. Thank you for asking. Jim said, Philip said, I like the contrast of the green at the bottom with the heavy red panels above it. Was that something you planned? Yeah, I'm kind of going for like an analogous and complementary palette. So I wanted a complement that's kind of dividing each panel. So there's like kind of a green red kind of vibe to each of them. And then the other colors are usually like yellows or purples. And then this one's going to have kind of an analogous palette as it continues to, but it's definitely going to have a heavy amount of greens till we get into the buildings. But yeah, thank you, Philip. That's cool. And then Jim said, the artwork is beautiful. The first 4 panels remind me of the color palette from The Shining, which I absolutely love. That is a huge inspiration. And also, it's not just inspiration, but that is literally the color palette they had at Casa Gaidi. So it's kind of fun because Casa Gaidi is this old Victorian manor, and it has like a pretty interesting color palette. The toughest one to work with is their bedroom, which has to be this like shell pink, and that's a hard color to make work. But their living room is I love it. It's got like a very haunted mansion-y vibe. Also, Jim, I have to ask, did you get to see Clement Greenberg's special appearance? For anybody who's been watching at this point, they're probably like, oh no, again? But I have to know, Jim, did you see Clement Greenberg and his special appearance? This was like the pinnacle of special effects that I've done for my show. And I do feel like, Jim, you would appreciate Clement Greenberg, but he keeps getting more and more angry the more I bring him on stream. But the renowned, famous art critic, the father of modernism, was on the show, and I could probably coax him to come back using very expensive special effects. But just for you, Jim, if that's something you're interested in. Jim said, Josh, when you get a chance, can you talk a little bit about your process of laying out a room in a scene? How do you keep track of where doors, windows, and furniture are? That's a really good point. So with this room in particular, I had I have a floor plan for it, and it's pulling from a historical reference. So it's like I kind of can visually come up with a rough floor plan. But you kind of have to spatially think when you're doing it. It doesn't hurt to do like a little overhead sketch, like where you get like a rough idea of the layout and the position of all of the furniture in the room. And I did a little bit of that on some previous streams when I was roughing out the pages to kind of figure out like, what is this room going to look like? I'm also very fortunate because like Elizabeth's room was kind of like a interesting thing to kind of try to work out because most of it was based off like this obscure sketch, but there really wasn't a ton of reference of like what the modern room looks like because it, as far as my sister and I could find, like there's no real record of what the inside of 50 Wimple looked like, but Casa Gaidi, like you can literally go on tours there. And so that was a real help as well to kind of keep track of the room. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but what really helps is like if you've ever been to like an apartment, and you probably do the same thing in animation, but and I don't do it perfectly. You'll definitely notice that with my stuff. This is not like a perfect science that I have down or anything. But it's like if you ever move into an apartment or a house and you see the floor plan of the house, and then you were to just draw like overhead shots of each piece of furniture, that's a real good, like to me, that's one of the best tricks to kind of keep it consistent. And then other than that, it's just looking at the previous panels and being like, okay, in the left-hand corner of this room, there's this piece of furniture. But inevitably, and this is the tough thing with sequential art, inevitably you're going to get it wrong. um, and so I think if somebody really nitpicks these pages, like one of my biggest fears is that like David Chelsea's going to take like a fine tooth comb and see all my perspective tweaks and errors. um, which, by the way, David's a nice guy, and I don't think he assumes that like all great art needs to have like perfect perspective. But it is a little intimidating when one of the friends I have in art is like a master of perspective, and I'm always freaked out about showing him my work because of that. And especially because of those kind of things where it's like it might be convincing, but yeah, I don't have it down to a perfect science. But that is something I'm asking myself a lot when I'm doing panel to panel. Like when you're working sequentially, it's always good to look at the past panels and be like, what was in this frame? To really build an environment out. You know, it's a little weird if you're watching a conversation sequence and there's like a piano in the background or something. And then in the next one, like the piano just disappears. Um, that, you know, I'm curious how you do it, Jim, because you're pretty consistent with your backgrounds too, actually. And I'd imagine in animation, because I was gonna say like some of those tricks I learned taking like storyboard classes. Like I took a college class with Robin Richardson, who was the head of my graduate committee, and she was really cool. Um, but also, she's a storyboard artist who had done boards for like a ton of movies and stuff. And so, when you're storyboarding, if you have like a prop and you're showing a scene where that prop should be showing and the prop disappeared, you like got to go back to the drawing board and get it right, get that prop in there. And so that was helpful for me. One thing I'd say I'm kind of not perfect at is like scale. So you will see occasionally on a page like a person who, if you technically were to really work out their height compared to the buildings next to them, they might be giants. And not the band, they might be giants, but they might physically like be giants because the perspective's impossible. And Dee Dee said it is dark in a good way. Thank you. Yeah, and this story gets real juicy later on. I mean, like it gets pretty exciting. And then Dee Dee was trying to prompt Jim to ask me about the carpet and the drapes. Let's see here. And I feel like my body, like clockwork, is telling me I've been streaming for an hour. Jim, are you there? I hope you're currently there. I don't know if you're ready for this. because I'm about to take my break. But before I take my break, I'm bringing back Clement Greenberg specifically for you. The famed art critic Clement Greenberg will now be joining us. And Jim, if you missed this and you're watching this after the fact, you missed the live brilliance, the art of animation and cartooning that is about to ensue. Are you ready? Are you ready? So I have been a guest on this show for a while, and I have to say, of all the artists that are within the Artcasters movement, I would say Jim Lujan is probably the foremost animator of all time. And you can quote me on that, Jim Lujan. I, Clement Greenberg, think the greatest American artists alive are Pollock and Jim Lujan's cartoons. He knows flatness, he knows form, and he's much better than the trite output that is happening on this channel, run by Mr. Kemble, who I am not a fan of, because he keeps bringing me back on, and it's not okay. So thanks for again dragging me out of my pleasant slumber where I was considering art and beauty and flatness and form, and bringing me to this stream. All right, so that was Clement Greenberg. Just for you, Jim Lujan. And now, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go to a break, and I'll play the trailer for Jacob's Apartment. And I appreciate you guys who are watching this live, and we'll get back into making some awesome comics. And I think I lost like half of our viewers by doing the Greenberg bit again, but I had to for Jim. All right, here we go.
Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we these things we've seen and walk around breathing things. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams.
All right, it's 11 o'clock and it's on a Friday, and we're working on some art and comics. And we just had a surprise visit of the world-renowned art critic Clement Greenberg, who came and went and again said some really disparaging comments about my art, but apparently was a big fan of Jim Lujan. So you guys should check out Jim Lujan's channel and his animations. And right now we are deselecting the browns of a tree. This is the excitement that that I am kind of putting out into the world. So I hope you guys are having a productive night. I've been kind of in the zone. Like I feel like I missed a day last week, and I did a vlog about that as well, where I'll get hit with this like immense guilt when I don't work on art. But I think it was definitely one of those. I've talked about this a lot on here too, where it's like when you're doing these things on top of like most of us are kind of doing art on top of like different life obligations and work obligations. And if you're freelance, it's like different client obligations. And so when you're doing these kind of like creative vision projects, you know, you're always going to be riding the line between, burnout and productivity. Because to be productive, you're going to have to stretch a little bit beyond. I think we all tend to stretch a little bit beyond like people who are kind of doing their decompressing or whatever, like watching television or like, playing video games or whatever it is that like, I guess I'll just say like normies do. um, but like, I think for artists, it's like, you know, we're kind of pulling on resources that are kind of like these extra ones. Dee Dee said it's 2 a.m. here, so I'll probably just listen and lurk. Well, I appreciate it, Dee Dee. You're always welcome. Dee Dee is awesome. I think she's been a supporter of the art casters and a lot of the community for quite a long time, and it's very cool. And also very talented herself. So I feel like that's one of the funnest things about like that I've been enjoying about kind of live streaming and stuff is like getting to know everybody in the community and kind of seeing this like kind of rad community form. And what's fun is more and more people are starting to live stream within our community too. And so it's creating really fun things. Like there was some cross stream drama, which by the way, I think I've said that too. I actually appreciate that we don't have a lot of that, but there was a little bit of cross stream drama the other day. There's some just very, very fun things kind of developing. And also just really interesting conversations that are happening, I think, between different people's streams and like an idea will go out and then you'll see it kind of float around our community. And I'm excited because I think Scott is going to be starting the live stream as well, which I'm really stoked about seeing, kind of eager to check out. He did like a live stream of himself drawing a zombie on one of his comic covers that you can get at like youngandthedead.com. But I'm also really excited about Scott kind of delving into live streaming because I feel like our community, we've got Gary doing it, Corey's doing it, Scott's going to be doing it, Dee Dee's been doing it, Adam's doing it, so and Frank's doing it, Phillips, live streaming. So it's kind of exciting. Like, I don't know, to me, it's kind of exciting. It's like a little movement, But I also like that it feels like a more like, even though we've had like, I think very shockingly non-shocking drama, which is kind of great. There hasn't really been a lot of like negativity or toxicity in our community. And I really like that actually a lot about this art community. It tends to be kind of focused on doing your best stuff and pushing yourself to do the best and trying to make the time to make these crazy things we make. And I think that's inspiring, But I don't know if I answered that question well. That was a really good question that Jim had asked about how to stage a room. So if there was any confusion on that, like, let me know, you guys. Hopefully I answered it well. Jim's really good at environments, actually. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the environments that Jim puts into his cartoons, they're really good. The one thing I could probably benefit from that I mean, there's a lot of things I could learn from Jim's stuff. But one of the things I really like about Jim's cartoons is the backgrounds become kind of a character, or they usually reinforce the character. So there's little details in the background that say a ton about who the characters are, and kind of serve to like reinforce like the mood and the feeling of the characters. And that is definitely something that I am still, you know, growing in. But Jim just has a real like I don't know, it's very sophisticated the way he does that, his cartoons. So we are getting there, guys. We're getting there, and we're getting square. I actually need to watch 2 of Jim's videos. He's been doing a series called Ask Uncle Jimmy, and I've been meaning to ask him a couple questions too. And then tomorrow, I think first thing, I've talked about this a few times, my publisher wanted me to give a quote for a book, and I've just been putting it off, and it's not because I don't want to provide the quote for the book. It's just that I just have too much to do. But I want to prioritize it because I know they need it soon. And so I'm going to, and again, they may not even use it. Generally when you're publishing a book with a publisher, you're going to seek out pull quotes from different authors that, are kind of relevant for the type of work you do. And then hopefully are also known enough to like help sell the book, which is why it's like such a shocking kind of weird thing that they're even asking me. But again, it's like it's kind of a very flattering thing, and it's an honor. I think it's an honor to be able to be a part of somebody's book, like to be on the jacket of someone's book, to even be asked, even if it doesn't end up on the final, is really cool. So I want to definitely do that. So that's going to be the first thing I do tomorrow, I think, before I start my day. And I think that'll be a good way to start my day too, because the book itself is like really genius. And so I think like I'm going to get like that extra shot of like inspiration from reading a really good book, which is like one of the biggest byproducts of reading a really good book, is you get like this little hit of inspiration, But my point is, I don't know, it's been a rough I got a bunch of really cool, I should actually show these off. These arrived in the mail. These awesome books by Christopher Runciman. He sent me a whole like he was a guest on Artcasters, and he sent me a whole collection of his indie comics that he's been doing, the last few years, and it's so inspiring. I mean, he was talking about having published a ton of these, but I mean, there's proof right there. He just sent like a whole ton. And I'm really excited about kind of seeing these anthologies. I'm very excited about it. So I can't wait to kind of get into it and dig into these too. But I have to make the time. So So anyhow, thank you, Christopher, for sending those. I can't wait to dig into them. I'm just excited, man. It's a good problem to have a looming amount of books you got to read, and they're all ones I'm really excited about. There's this greenery that I'm trying to kind of nail, and it's a little tough with greenery like this. But it doesn't make for like the most exciting of stuff. I do have a good friend who's going through a pretty rough time right now too, and that might impede my schedule just a little bit tomorrow. Not in a negative way, but that's another plan I have for tomorrow is to check up on my friend and see where they're at, make sure they're okay. Other than that, I think tomorrow will be a lot of drawing throughout the day. Probably up until that point of maybe heading over to visit a friend. So there we go. We've got some like rolling hills going. I've got a little bit of that branches I missed on the tree. One of the reasons I'm always leery to like outsource flats to somebody is when you draw your own work, like you kind of know where the selections are. And it can be a little confusing. Like if I drew this page like a couple days ago, sometimes I'll look at a mark I made and be like, what was I indicating there? You know? So I just always imagine the likelihood of a colorist missing a lot of those essential things. I think we're getting a little further along there. I feel like there was so much chaos with the special guests toward the beginning of this stream. I am excited to get Elizabeth's character here because this is really fun. It's like they're about to introduce their kid. And that's going to be really exciting. There's some kind of interesting kind of neurotic stuff she did with her kid too. Nothing like bad or anything. She just was very unique in her child rearing. And it's going to make for some interesting panels. But I'm really excited about that. The next page that I mapped out for this, and I think I can't remember if I did the roughs for this on a stream or not. But So we're going to have this page, we're going to have the kind of get the doctor page, and then we're going to be introduced to their kid. And also we're going to see Elizabeth trying to reach out to her family because she is, much like many people when you have a kid, it's like you want to kind of reach out to people in your life, to let them know like, hey, this important thing's happening. And at this point, she's sort of been disowned by her father. And so it's going to be a little heartbreaking, because there's going to be this juxtaposition, like much like there is on this page where she's writing letters to her family. And the following page is going to be like, after as the kid gets older, like the letters just aren't getting sent. They're just getting returned. I mean, they're getting sent, but they're just getting sent right back, which is brutal and also historically accurate. So, which is a horrible thing to do to your kid, I think there are some things that have been gotten wrong about the record of the Brownings, but like the Mr. Barrett was not he might not have been like the person holding his daughter hostage that he's been depicted as, but he was definitely a very overly controlling, not so great guy. Because it's like it's funny. I wonder if this has happened with you guys too, but it's like I think before I was a parent, I would read about stuff like that, and it would really impact me, but not like heavily. But then the second I became a parent, like just thinking about like my son, right? And if he like, I don't know, hypothetically married somebody I didn't approve of or something like that, I just can't imagine getting to the point where I would like write him off entirely, to where if he had a kid, I wouldn't like respond to his letters. Like that just, it's like the level of meanness that her father must have had. I mean, it's, I know it's like a different era in time, and there's like, like almost that Sense and Sensibility, like Jane Austen novel kind of era. But it still just seems like really brutal. Philip said, is anyone still left here? It's weird, Philip. I don't know what happened, but I think a lot of people disappeared. So I don't know. Maybe there was an internet outage, or it could be that I repeated the Greenberg bit to the point where it just people were like, I can't take it anymore. Or it could be that like people just literally needed to sleep because it's a pretty late stream. I know Adam said he's working on a song, and understandable. And he might stop by later when he's done with it. I think there were some. I think Paul had to go help his daughter with a flat tire. Yeah, so I think we lost a few people. But I like to think, I'm just going to hypothetically think that it was just the overdoing of the bit that did it, that lost these folks. Because there's like a dad in me that, the dad side of me, like the worse my joke can be, the more kind of joy I get from the joke. Okay. So here we go. We're getting a little further along, but again, I think this is going to take a while, quite a while to flat and do. I do think while I'm doing this, because I'm trying not to do plugs too much at the beginning. I'm going to play it out and see. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Philip was saying overdoing of the bit. Exactly. But oh, Philip was saying I had to take a phone call from a friend of mine right when you were talking about the color scheme. Yeah. You were asking if it was intentional, and I was saying yes, it totally was. I'm kind of roughly designing the page, and maybe not perfectly effectively, but my goal is to try to kind of play off of a lot of split complements and analogous palettes. Um, so yes, that green and red, that complementary contrast, and then you're seeing like kind of the ancillary colors next to it. It's that is intentional. It's a good observation. That is what an artist would think when they look at, when you see like, I mean, I think the same thing. Like if I'm looking at somebody's art and I see like a clear play of complementary colors, you're like, oh, you knew, you kind of knew what you were doing there, huh? But yeah, anyhow, I that's all I had said about the color regarding your compliment on it, which I really appreciate. So we have. Oh, I was gonna say, since I'm not doing the plugs at the beginning, I actually did want to kind of get an opinion on that. And you know what, Philip, I'll ask you, just since you're here and you listen to the show a lot. Do you prefer if like because to me, I was thinking about it, and it's like having so many plugs right at the beginning of the stream. It just like, especially if you're a continual listener, it might be kind of irritating to like hear about the same book over and over again. So I think it might be better kind of dispersed throughout the show. Like with the breaks where there's trailers, and then occasionally I can kind of take a break myself and like talk about the books. But I feel like interspersing that throughout the show instead of making people have to sit through that to get to any content might be a better approach. And I'm curious what your opinion is on that. Just for this show, not like specifically like art casters or anything like that. Because I'm pretty happy with our format for art casters. Philip said, okay, I could see that. This is regarding the colors. I was wondering what it was. It looks really nice. It's working well. Thank you, Philip. Trying here. So we've got like a little bit of a thing going, starting. Yeah, it's an interesting day that we're going through here. Yeah, Philip was saying you can maybe just make your intro a bit more brief and disperse more information during the stream. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, because I think, yeah, that's basically it. So I'm going to try that for a little bit, and we'll see how that affects things. Yeah, and Philip was saying we're mostly regulars, so we know what it is, but I don't think we mind either. Yeah, and I think like also it's not as much for the regulars, because you guys would know like, okay, he gets through this bit and then it gets into the content. But I think for anybody tuning in for the first time, it's kind of off-putting if it's just like, "Hi, welcome to my thing. Here's all the stuff you need to buy." Like, you know. So I think, um, if I accidentally kind of revert back to that format because I've been doing these for a while, um, forgive me. But for now, I'm gonna try this newer format where we kind of jump into the show a little quicker. And maybe I'll do like some goofy bits, or I'm thinking on Saturdays I'll try to do like a song at the beginning of the streams too. That's been really fun. I did a cover of Adam's Particle Target on one of the previous streams, and it was just it was a blast to do, and I think that might be kind of cool. Adam said mostly back. Nice. Well, Adam, you're welcome to join, but if you're mostly back and still kind of working on multiple things, you don't have to. So Jim said I popped back in to ask when you're going to do a cover of John Henry Unicorn. Oh my gosh, Jim, if you send me the chords, I can try to figure it out. But if you actually know the chords for the John Henry Unicorn song, Jim, easily done. Easily, I'll do it. I'll do that tomorrow. Adam said, "Oh, cool. Are you going till around 2?" Yeah, probably. Basically, I just need to flat color this entire landscape. So I'm about that far in. That many little houses. So however long that is, which will probably, honestly, yeah, I may not even finish tonight. But yes. But if you want to hop on, you can. Just let me know. And if you're not ready, that's cool too. Jim, also, you're welcome to hop in as well if you feel up to it. I can send you a link, but also I know it's like crazy hours for you. Also, Jim, did you catch the Clement Greenberg appearance that I did specifically for you a little bit back? If not, you should watch the restream. There's some ridiculous animation that happened specifically for you, Jim. And I think your artwork got complimented by a very famous art critic. It's kind of crazy. You got to dig back to find it. Oh, Jim said, I have no idea what the chords are, but I can sing the song. Well, I can learn it by ear. Adam said, if you send me the link, I can come on in a few minutes. Cool. I'll send you the link. Done and done. Adam, I usually send these on Facebook, so let's see if I can do that. There we go. Got it. But yeah, I'd be down to do John Henry Unicorn. That'd be fun. Yeah, Adam's mixing and mastering, so that makes sense. That's why I was like, you don't have to come on like this minute, because that's a lot to do. Hard to do audio work. That's an interesting part about streaming. I've thought about this too when I'm like working on when I do work on recordings. It would be fun to come up with a way to do live streams while doing music. But I've thought about it and I'm like, you really need like a decent, like, I don't know. I feel like technically you'd need a much better setup than what I have, or I'd have to just do some research on it. Because I have like inputs and stuff to record stuff, but it's like, I don't know how much of that translates to like live. But anyhow, yeah, it's just got to be an interesting challenge there. Jim said, "What episode? I missed that." Oh, this episode. Like, so on this stream, are you asking what episode did Clement Greenberg appear? Yeah, it was on this episode. It was live. And it was kind of amazing. So I guess if you were like trying to find it, I wish I could timestamp it. If Frank Salazar were here, he'd give you like the exact timestamp. I hope everything's okay with Frank, actually. Hopefully he's just catching up on sleep. I feel like between me, Adam, and Frank, I think we're not sleeping often. That's my assessment. I don't know, Adam. Am I crazy, or is it true that none of us seem to be getting really great sleep? Adam was saying it was like the first 5 minutes, and then right when Dee Dee appeared the second time, and then there was a third. There was a third appearance that was specifically for Jim. I think it was ooh, I can timestamp it a little bit. At least I can say when it happened. Is at about 11. So if you go back about 42 minutes on the stream, pray at about the hour mark, and you see like a strange appearance of Clement Greenberg, the art critic. You can find a quotable quote that you could use on like films and stuff. It's Clement Greenberg complimenting your work. And by the way, Jim, it's not really worth the work there. Adam said, I've missed a ton of sleep, but a good sleep schedule looks doable in the future. And then Philip, who also I think has sleep issues, we're all sleepless. Philip was saying, sleep schedule, what's that? Mine is kind of like a sustaining health sleep schedule where I just have figured out that I have to have a hard out at 2. And if I get out of here at 2, I tend to survive the next day. At least on weekdays, that's an absolute must. Jim was saying will do. But Jim, it's just kind of a stupid bit. You don't I mean, it is there. I think you would find it funny. It is kind of along your lines of humor, but it also like, I can probably send you like the specific timestamp at some other time so you don't because what I feel bad about it is if you scroll all the way back and um yes, the magnificence of it may wear off. But I also don't want to do it for like a fifth time on the stream because I feel like I have way overplayed that bit. Um, Adam was telling Jim that The Night Eats Its Own sounds awesome. It does sound awesome. I'm really excited about it. I still haven't been able to watch a lot of the Ask Uncle Jim's, and I need to. I think that Jim Lujan is one of the funniest and best people in general. I kind of agree with Clement Greenberg on the opinion of Jim Lujan being a great artist of our generation. But also, he's a very, very, very talented animator and very funny guy. I have thought about like I'm it's so funny. I'm so mixed on AI art. I was thinking about that again, Adam, after you asked me the last time, and I kind of rattled off a little bit of my opinion. But it's like it is a weird thing that I literally don't know what I think about. Um, AI is such a I don't know. But I like the stuff you sent, Adam, that you're kind of making generating through AI. It's interesting. I think it could make for like a really kind of cool art project or like even for material to create like collages that kind of build into something else. It's an interesting prospect, you know. I found one artist that is generating tons of really interesting stuff. Very likely I will publish as a comic first on Tapas if you can believe it. Then most likely as a book. I think that that kind of makes sense with your aesthetic, um, Adam, because I know you like print comics, but you kind of make a you're almost like it's almost like what you've talked about with like 8-bit video game art, where you feel like at least you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like you were expressing that you like the idea of like if you do something digital it should be like really exploiting the fact that it's digital, and in that case it like makes a lot of sense because it's like if you're doing AI then it's like kind of almost perfect in a digital medium and presentation. So I can see where like, you know, at least from what you were saying about like web comics and stuff like that, it seems like that would fit your aesthetic and thoughts on AI and on digital art versus traditional art. I don't know. It just sounds like a really cool meta project, Adam. It sounds very fitting. Yeah, Adam was saying, right, if it's digital, go full on digital. A comic on an iPhone makes sense for a dolly generated images. Yeah, 100%. Also, the resolution is going to be difficult to translate to print. AI art is like electronic music. It's just another form of art. Art is art. Yeah, I think it is. I think that right now we're in an interesting stage where to me it seems like you know when the synthesizer first came out and you had people doing some pretty incredible stuff with like the limited palette of, you know, loops and synthesizers, and then you had other people who'd like almost like do the brief trick of like, you know, hitting the button on the synthesizer that did the automatic generic thing that like everyone could do with it. I think we're in that stage where we're going to have artists and then we're going to have kind of gimmicks, and the gimmicks will fall away, but the artists that are utilizing it, um, you know, are going to be kind of like, you know, like New Order with synth, where it's like New Order still holds up to this day. Like their songs are still really great, and they were working with like really limited synths, um, or like the soundtrack to Chariots of Fire, right? Which is like still a pretty incredible piece of music, even though it's like using very outdated synth equipment. It just like what they did with the limitations of the new technology, it just makes its own music. And I think, you know, this is what I've been thinking about a lot recently was actually synthesizers. Um, and I think it's going to be kind of like, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe AI will just put us all out of work. But I have a feeling that it's going to be more equivalent to what happened with synths and guitars, where it's like everyone for a long time was predicting like the death of the guitar. And I think guitars sold more last year than they've ever sold. like um like guitars are going nowhere. There's still rock and roll, you know. It's just like there's also this whole other form of music that opened up, and a lot of the music that succeeds in that is playing it for everything it's worth, where it's like when you play synth, like be like the Rentals, where you're like you're exploiting the synth, you know, like you're making a Moog or whatever sound like a Moog. um I was thinking about that after the last time you had asked about that, Adam, and that's kind of what I've come to on it. Where I think there is a possibility that it'll be so convincing that it's going to put everybody out of work, but I actually view that as like a very slim possibility. I think it's more likely that it's going to be like any other new technology, where if you are an early adopter and you learn how to kind of implement it, and kind of modify it and use it as a tool, um, it can be a really cool thing. So I think it's really exciting, Adam, that you're gonna jump on that, because that's a valuable thing to kind of learn. Adam said it, and it's so fast and direct. I would have it done and sent to you guys tomorrow if I wasn't busy with other stuff. I'm generating images over the weekend. If anyone's interested, I'll try to find the name of that artist who generated tons of really, really interesting stuff, a lot of comic stuff, and like fine art painting style stuff. Yeah, did you ever find out who that I should find out who did that Foley AI graphic novel? Um I never did have the time to look that up, but there's one that just came out. And Adam saying, I would compare what I'm doing to like going on YouTube and finding clips to edit together into a documentary, or like a surrealist making a collage novel. Yeah, I think that would be the best approach to it, man. I hope seeing the images I sent makes more sense in regard to what I'm trying to activate, said Adam. Yeah, I agree. He also said Creed is generating some really cool stuff too. That's awesome. Jim said, 100% agree with you, Josh. Great points. Oh, Adam said, I did see that AI graphic novel. It looks gross. Not in favor of it. I wonder if it's the same one, because this one wasn't like a pervy thing. It was like dealing with, but maybe it's, I don't know. It was dealing with, I think it was like a retelling of a classic. And it actually looked pretty interesting to me, but because I also realized there might be quite a few, you know? That's interesting. Yeah, he was saying you can start with your own art and like generate variations. Philip was saying AI in general still looks kind of awful to me. Oh, Adam was saying I meant gross in terms of just the style. It looks plastic and fake. Yeah, there is something, but again, like I think that if you really listen to like a synthesizer, there's an expressiveness to it. Um, but part of it is kind of exploiting the fact that it like does sound kind of fake. like, and then you can do stuff like Skinny Puppy or like Trent Reznor with like bending some of the noises and like putting them through distortion, um, you know, pedals, and like looping tracks and kind of screwing it up to get like a really raw like new sound out of it, or just like, you know, overloading the gain. Like imagine doing that with AI. I can see some potential with it, you know. That's all I'm saying. Or just exploiting it for what it is and being like, I'm gonna make like synthetic art that like feels like a synth song, you know. It's like the Light Parade at Disneyland soundtrack, which by the way is a killer soundtrack. Yeah, Adam was saying plastic and fake is fine if you're doing it intentionally, like new wave synth pop, moog stuff or something. Yeah, exactly. Or if you're gonna take it and do like punk rock with it, where you're almost like subverting the plastic stuff, where you're taking it and then you're just destroying it. You know, that can be cool too. Paul said, "Hey, I'm back. Couldn't get the wheel off, so I gotta call the tow truck in the morning." Man, I hope she wasn't stuck. Was it far from the house where it happened? I hope not. That is a rough one. Getting a flat sucks, man. That's one of the reasons I'm a nerd and I just like I will just instantly triple A it. But it's a bad time of day or whatever to it seems like a bad time to call a tow truck, you know? Yeah, I love that. Adam said subvert the plastic. Exactly. We were talking about like potential with AI. So here's a thought. I think I talked about this a little bit on my vlog, um, which I kind of accurately on my vlog predicted probably wouldn't post till like 5 minutes before I went live because it takes forever for those things to upload. Um, I I've been like it's funny. I caught myself today thinking about how much I love painting. Like I love doing life painting and drawing from life. And I was realizing it would be so cool to do streams that like were like that, where you would like almost like go on a live stream and just be like, hey, like, you know, if somebody wants me to do their portrait or whatever, you know, like, and I'm not talking like caricature work, although this could work for a character artist too, but you could just be like, hey, I'm going to do portraits from this time. Like, you know, you could even commission it. Like, you could literally be like, okay, like if somebody donates like so much or whatever, then I will have them on stream and they can hold still and I'll draw them, you know, or I'll paint them like from life. And I was thinking about that as a concept and thinking that would be really cool and fun and challenging, kind of like a life drawing where you're like, you know, limited by time and you're kind of trying to make this thing in real time. And so I started building out this like almost business model for it in my head. I was like, here's how it would work. Here's the resources. It was so funny. I went so far along with this idea and was like, wow, that'd just be so cool. And then I realized, wait a minute, I already have like an art gig and I'm just trying to make comics here. Like, but I liked that idea. I feel like if everything fell through with like my day job or something, um, you know, where I do art and stuff, I think I might give that a serious shot because I don't know. It seemed like a good idea. I don't know if anyone's doing that. I'm not familiar enough with like YouTube art culture to know if anyone's done that, but it would be fun because I could do real traditional, like Lucian Freudish, like late Lucian Freud type stuff, but not as good as Lucian Freud, but like portraits of people. And that'd be so fun. Like, it's interesting. Anyhow, it got me thinking about split identities as artists. I don't know if this makes sense, but I feel like if you're a creative person, you know, it's like I think of Jim or something, and it's like Jim is like a musician. Um, he's kind of like I don't know. He's got like the he's got like a whole realm of interests, and he's found like a realm of art to kind of pour all of those interests into. But I feel like I don't know, at least for me, I do catch myself every once in a while creating this alternate world where I can take a totally different path with art because there's so many realms of art that I love. Um, like painting, and it's like, but man, it's like I have to kind of pick a lane, like at least temporarily. But I do think that would be a fun little experiment to kind of see. There would be some logistical issues with it, but in theory it could work. I just don't think I'd be able to fit that in on top of doing a 230-page graphic novel. But it was an interesting thought. Paul said she was about 5 miles away. That's good. So that's good that she wasn't like stranded. Adam said, I had an idea to maybe generate some marble statue images with chiaroscuro lighting. Seems like a good form that lends itself to DALL-E. That would result in just weird scrambled faces. That's awesome. Paul Pate said, saw Jake Parker designed a character. Yeah, I saw that too, like the skull costume, and had AI come up with iterations. They were incredible. Adam said, based on some foreign art film I was watching with my neighbor, the retired Stanford professor. Nice. Philip said, it's the hold still part that could still be challenging. I've thought about doing caricatures like that, but I'm kind of hesitant though. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. I just think like I was realizing like live streaming could be ideal for something like that because I think one of the struggles I don't know, I have to watch the rest of your stream because again, like you know, on caricaturing and stuff, but I would imagine one of the biggest hardships of that is like getting enough frequent clients as well as just like not being able to get into like real deep caricatures. But imagine being able to just draw in your own style. Um, you have your template out there that shows people like what it looks like, and you have like, the ability to have people like sit and paint them. To me, just the idea of like being able to live paint sounds really fun. It's a model I might try if I was in need to kind of experiment for gigs. um just because it's such a, I don't know, it seems like it might draw interest. It could also fail entirely, but it was an interesting thought. But I did find it interesting that I don't know if you guys have that as creatives, but I will go down these roads where I build these other realities where filmmaking or um, music making, or like all of them usually have something to do with making. But it is fascinating because we're imaginative. I think we're probably very prone to like that sort of thing where you can almost build out like an entire business model in your head. um I don't know, it was interesting to me. Paul was saying, are you talking about having a live model? Yeah, so like I guess my point was you could do live streams where you source the audience for models. Like you would literally, I mean, it might take a while to get one. Maybe you have friends at first start out, but you advertise it like as like, I will give you a link, for you to come on the live stream. You do a split screen and you draw the person, you know? And then you have the person, like maybe part of it is like, you could monetize it too. That's what I'm saying. Like you could have people pay for a portrait you do the portrait live on Livestream, so they have a video of it being created, so they get to see the maker making it. And then they'd also, like, possibly you'd work out some kind of thing where you'd mail them the art at the end, so they'd get the original piece too. It'd be an interesting business model. I think it could have steam. I don't know if anyone's done that yet. I don't know if I should have talked about that on stream. That might be a really killer idea. But it seemed like a good one to me, because it would play on people. I mean, people like getting their portraits. Partially, it's like a vain desire for us to see ourselves immortalized in art. And then just imagine, the only thing that you'd have to overcome is, of course, a lot of people feel really awkward about being on camera and stuff like that. But I think it could work. I don't know. It was an interesting thought. Interesting enough to where, like, again, if I ever was in need of work, I might give it a shot, like a serious shot. At this point, I'm probably not gonna be able to, because again, you can't try something like that on top of a 200-page graphic novel. But it was an interesting thought. So Paul was saying, so the model is on video. Yeah, like they'd be like on a live stream, like a guest, so it'd be like your guest would be sitting here, you'd be sitting here. You'd have to do like a 3-camera thing. So it's like you'd show the artist, you'd show the guest, that's the reference that they're going to be painting from, and then you'd need a camera on the painting, Paul said, I like the idea. I've actually done it, just not regularly. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a good idea. But if you brought that into like the live stream world, and then you're doing that, and then the videos are available in perpetuity or whatever, you could start building interest of like people who are like all over, live streams and stuff, because they'd want to get their portrait or whatever. The only catch is you'd have to like really do some killer portraits. I can imagine that would work really well with caricature art, for sure. But for me, it was like more of like thinking about like doing these like really crazy like life painting kind of things, where it'd be like a 1 or 2 hour painting. And again, it's just not feasible at all for me to experiment with. But there's a part of me that like just again like comes up with these things, and it kind of goes to show you that ideas are kind of like we all have ideas for stories and stuff like that. Ideas, till they're implemented, are not like, that can be the spark for something, but it's like it really doesn't mean much until it's implemented, But it was an interesting thought. I'm throwing it out there in case anybody out there would want to give it a serious shot, because I think that could be a business. You'd of course want to have conversation with the person, while you're doing it, so you're creating engaging content. But it's an interesting thought. Philip was saying there's someone who does characters like that on live streams, but he uses photos of the clients. Yeah, I would say just screw the photos. Like, you bring in the live stream element to it. So like the person gets to, it also brings that challenge to it, and that liveliness that you get from a live drawing. I mean, the only downside is it's not really live drawing, because the screen is kind of flattening the subject for you. So you're not going to get that same like gestural fun that you get from like a real live drawing. But it could be cool, is all I'm saying, It could also just really be miserable. I don't know. I only was thinking about it because I do like doing live painting. And I think if you were to do it, you'd want to like really establish that like what you get, kind of what you get, like, and give them an example of like what the type of thing is going to look like. But, really specify like these aren't going to be like fair portraits, like I don't know. And I think that would free up, like, even if somebody was doing caricature art, like, there's fun caricatures where you're really playing up, like, people's flaws and their it's like, but people don't like them that much. So it's like, it would give you the freedom to be able to do, like, real legit caricatures too. Paul was saying, ideas are awesome if you have nothing else to do. Exactly. All right, you guys, I think I have hit the 2-hour mark. So we're going to play the trailer for 2 stories, and I'm going to get a refill on my coffee, and I'm going to finish this city. I'm going to finish this city. So I'll be right back. Let's put this on. Yeah, Paul was saying, I think it would be great if you did it. You'd have to be talking and drawing. I agreed. You would really have to. I don't know if I'd agree that it would be great if I did, but I think it would have to be somebody who's talking and drawing at the same time. All right, so that was the Christmas trailer for 2 stories, and we're rocking this business. Paul said, "Wow, nice page. Thank you." That's awesome. Philip said he's a Christian and does Bible studies as part of his drawing streams as well. That's awesome. I am, I don't know. I like live streaming though. I do enjoy it a lot. Think of everything on YouTube. I've been getting really into watching live streams too. There's something about it, like the interactivity of it. It's more like a conversation, and I think that's a lot more fun to have like these fascinating conversations. And to me, like, people can still, I think I could watch a live stream of an artist working. And this is something, we definitely, I think, all have, like, when we were learning art, like sometimes when you watch somebody do a technique, you learn like a million times more than just hearing like a step-by-step tutorial of what they're doing. It's why mentorship is so important for young artists. Because you can see like, oh, they're like moving their brush in this specific way or whatever it is. And so I think like live streams are kind of cool for that too, because they end up being less kind of technical tutorials and more of like a hanging out and getting to like look over the shoulder of an artist. It's pretty cool. And again, like it can also create that like kind of cool like bullpen type environment where you're feeling pumped because other people are up making work. I feel like that's the big benefit. Okay, we got some trees. We're missing the forest for the trees a little bit here, guys. I'm here all day. That joke is gonna lose me more viewers than the overdoing of the Greenbergian bit. So I might have other guests on the show in the future. You guys have to let me know in the comments how you felt about the guest of Greenberg bit. Like, do you guys want to see more kind of blurry mouth cutout bits implemented into my art streams? Maybe there can be like a different special guest every stream. That might be a bit much to commit to, but it'd be pretty funny. Could be like, Woodrow Wilson could be, you know what I mean? You could have Abraham Lincoln as a guest. Alfred Hitchcock. I'm thinking there's a couple people. Philip was saying, Adam was saying, I got a couple lessons from a master artist in person, and it made a huge difference just to be there and see how he did it. And then Adam said Greenberg was one of my favorite things you've ever done as extra stream content. Cool. So maybe we'll do I don't know. I thought it would be funny to do somebody like not everybody's like super familiar with too. It's like maybe an art student who's having to sit through like a heavy theory class would be like, "Oh man, that's maybe the next one could be like a philosopher." I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that, but I like that bit. I think I'm going to pull it into other streams with future characters. And then maybe we'll do like an upvote. Like maybe I'll do a poll because I have never really done a YouTube poll, but maybe I'll do a poll of like the types of characters you guys would like to see that bit with. And I think it's ideal if they're kind of like historical figures. I don't know if I want to do it too much with like contemporary figures, Have Franklin Delano Roosevelt. It's a bunch of interesting guests. It really expands the possibilities of the guests I can have on the show. That's all I'm saying. Adam said the NPR stuff I really had to skip almost the entire thing. No offense. It was hard. It's hard to tolerate. I think that's half the bit there, though. I still think it's funny, though. I don't know. I think the premise is funny. Like the premise of like you have like a guy working out really heavy, and then you have like an NPR host who's kind of describing the workout. But yeah, I think part of the bit is that it is kind of intolerable. Yeah. But it is funny, like when you're sleepy. Oh, Adam sent a song. That's awesome. I will listen to that. once I'm off stream. That's exciting, Adam. So I'm guessing that means that you finished the song. And we are joined by Adam right now. I guess I'll throw him on. Hang on a sec. How's it going? Do we have audio, or can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Cool. How you doing, man?
Doing really well. After a nightmare in hell. It's like I went to hell and back, and I'm on the other side, and I'm doing really fantastic.
Yeah, it's a rough thing, man. It's just rough. I don't think it's ever. I don't know. You know.
Well, I had a whole bunch of stuff with medication and therapy and housing and all kinds of landlord stuff. Like I had just a huge list of life stressors that were.
Oh, like so that was just like icing on a shit cake, I guess.
Yeah. Like I thought I was losing my house. Like all the medication I was on was like discontinued because of my insurance. Just all kinds of stuff all at once.
Oh,
and
geez.
Just sort of almost like magically, miraculously got everything resolved, got the situation even better. Like my life is like way better now. Awesome. Other than losing my friend, like everything has been improved from what the situation was. Rent, I'm not in a financial crisis. I can afford my rent every month now. I can get help with my rent. Like in other words, if I can't afford to pay my rent next month, I don't have to pay it. If I can't afford my rent the month after that, I don't have to pay it. There's like a program that helps with that and stuff. So,
that's amazing.
I went from really, really rough times and struggling to. I've always talked about. I believe there's this bright future that if I can just eventually fucking get there, you know. I think I'm finally just barely at the beginning of. I'm to that beginning of that bright future I've been trying to get to. So a lot of really positive stuff has happened.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think that's a huge thing. People undersell or I was going to say they oversell, but I don't think you can oversell. There's a huge strength to hope.
Yeah.
And it's like the worst thing that can ever happen is losing hope. But if there's like even a tiny bit of hope, it's like it can get
sure, yeah. I don't even know if I had hope. Yeah. I just believed. It was like, this is the thing. It was like, if I could live long enough, if I get to that part of the future, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be successful. It's gonna work out.
Well, that is hope.
I didn't have hope, but this is the thing: is I was like, I don't see how I'm gonna get it. I really don't know. I don't think I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
But if I can, it's there. And I just.
Yeah.
It was almost just like by dumb luck that I ended up getting things resolved and stuff. But yeah, things are awesome.
I guess to me that sounds like hope, but I also am prone to kind of darker thoughts. So like to me, that sounds like a description. That sounds like a specific
like style of hope. Yeah. A very bleak, depressing version of hope that sort of ended up working out. My own twisted way.
I'm just glad things are on an upswing, and I don't know. That's good. Like I think the worst stresses in the world are financial stresses. It's just a rough thing to go through.
The idea of losing my house was like a threat to my life. Basically, I didn't think I could handle that.
Yeah,
not being able to eat food. That's not good.
Yeah, that's like that on the Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Exactly. We've been talking about Maslow a lot. I got all my Maslow stuff went from being it wasn't existing to it's really thriving. So I actually can just cope and do normal stuff. You know, I'm still not 100% out of it. Like I need to just kind of Phil's funeral's tomorrow. After that, I feel like, dude, it's a brighter tomorrow and fucking life is clear and good, and I can live a life.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound like I feel like a lot of my streams have just been emotional and a lot going on, but damn, dude, it's like I'm past that chapter. I'm
Yeah.
past that entire book in the series. I'm on the new book or even a new series. Like I'm
Yeah.
over all that shit's over. Josh, I'm a brand new man.
I like it though.
I'm getting on camera, Josh.
You need to. I was so
I
excited.
got on camera for the first time in 12 years.
I was so excited to hear about that. Like, and honestly, to me, I think I've mentioned this to you, but I have like gotten the sense that just it's hard to explain, but it's like when you've known somebody for a bit and then you just notice
Yeah.
that I don't know, you've just been more more proactive about just kind of I don't know, it's hard to explain, but again, that's like an outside observer. You never know, but it's like, you know, that's been my observation is I've definitely noticed that. And I'm excited about you, you know, cuz I don't know, because this is and we don't have to get into like a ton of this on, you know, stream unless you want to, you know. But it's like
we can talk about anything you want, but the only thing is I wouldn't want to bring up something if you know what I mean. I don't want to bring up something personal if that's not direction you want to go. But I'll talk to you about absolutely anything.
Cool. So to me, it's just more of like, you know, like because I have struggled with like, you know, mental illness stuff.
Yeah.
It's like I think that like a lot of the fight for me has always been like, and it's not always a fight you can be in control of, but it's like a mindset thing and like a proactive thing because it's like it really is kind of like the what is that whole movement? You would probably know it. It's like a philosophical movement of the Stoics. It's like Stoicism has a little bit of relevance, I think, especially when it comes to like struggles, you know, because it's like the one thing I mean, there's a lot about the Stoics I don't agree with, but it's like the one thing I like about it is the idea of like kind of accepting. It's like accepting the things that are completely out of our control, and then kind of embracing the things that are within your control. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm not too familiar with actually much of any Stoicism, although I think I may have indirectly come across that through hearing about like AA.
Yeah, that's a Stoic idea that like AA kind of borrowed, which is it's a valuable thing because it's like it is really rough with like life throws you curveballs that are, you know, I don't know, it's like it's interesting. It's like the it's always a hard line. Like I always wonder this too because I will talk about art and sometimes I'll be like really hard on people with art.
Yeah.
Because I'll be like, you know, work hard, like make this stuff happen. And it's like meant to be hopefully like encouraging people, including myself.
Or like, why are you world building, Adam? Why are you sitting there doing this instead of drawing your comic? Like, why are you coming up with languages? You should be drawing pages.
Have I said that to you?
Oh, dude, you said that to me a whole lot.
So anyway, when I'm doing that kind of thing, it's like to try to kind of motivate people, but there is this other side to that I'll own up to, which is like sometimes you can, you know, it's like it's kind of like the thing that always annoyed me about, you know, Republicans, and not all Republicans, but that whole concept of like, well, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and it's like that's assuming so many things that like
that's assuming you even have bootstraps.
Yeah, like assuming that or that you have arms to pull yourself up with, you know, and like there's a lot of like kind of inherent problems with that. So it's like it is always this I don't know. I'll admit to kind of I always struggle trying to find the balance between, you know, you want to like try to push people to be their best and to achieve things they, you know, otherwise might not think they can achieve, but you also don't want to push people too far where they feel like, well, I've failed and I own this thing, because it's like there are circumstances that are completely out of our control, and that's where like the stoicism thing comes in. But anyhow, my point is what I've been noticing at least with your streams and stuff, is it does feel like you've taken more ownership just over the things you can, and that's been really cool, like to see where it's like, but it is kind of tragic that you have all this other stuff happening too. I'm kind of in a similar boat where I have a lot of pretty serious stuff happening with like friends and family, and uh, it's just it's a weird balance where it's like I'm also kind of trying to stay productive and kind of not not let the darkness of life consume me,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess. I don't know
It's
if that
been
makes
hard.
sense.
It's been hard to be productive on like things like say a page of comics, but with the one nice thing also about the artificial intelligence stuff is you really just push the refresh button over and over again. That's the majority of the process is refreshing your button and saving a folder of 1,000 images and picking out the good ones. Like
Yeah, it sounds
it's
really
very
cool.
passive. It's very passive.
But it also sounds like I really rethought it, because I do think there is going to be authenticity issues with it. But it's like I also, it's like it was literally like after that stream where I'd thought about it a little more, and I'm like, well, I mean, I think it's like a lot of new technology where it's just about adopting it and figuring out where its place is, and
Yeah.
using it as a tool. So I think that's actually pretty exciting. It's almost like sampling, or um, like early forms of like digital music, or hip hop or something that's like kind of new. I think that's
Hmm.
kind of fun. That could also fuel, the more traditional stuff.
To me, like I dislike the way most digital art looks. Like it doesn't look like it's there to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Some of it looks like sort of a virtual plastic sludge that doesn't actually exist, that isn't there. Like it doesn't feel like it has a like even like a painting or a drawing or something, it has a flat surface. It's like it looks like there's an object there.
Mhm.
That's one of the things I hate about a lot of digital art. The thing that I'm finding with the stuff I'm generating, it looks like it's there. It looks like a real painting. It looks like a real drawing. Some
Yeah.
of it looks like a real. One of the things I'm doing is these ventriloquist dummies. That's a big part of my comic, and it's like there. It looks like a photograph of a ventriloquist dummy. Like it looks like an old black and white photo from the 20s of a dummy, and it looks like it's really there, and it doesn't look the interesting thing to me is it doesn't look generated. It's like you found this weird effing image of this weird dummy with bizarre eyes, and it's just like a nightmare or something. It's like you're seeing these photos,
That's a
these
great subject to use with AI too, because it's just so like ventriloquist dummies on their own are so ominous, especially when they look like Frank
sure, yeah.
Salazar. That was a shout out to like Jim's. I don't know if you remember from a couple episodes back. I think Frank still
I
has it
might
as
have
like
I
an
might have missed
icon.
that.
So Jim said, Jim, like, so the Artcasters, we did this like episode where for some reason Corey was at a house that had a ventriloquist dummy,
Hmm.
and then Jim was at a house that had a ventriloquist dummy, and so
Okay.
we just decided, okay, when we go live, we're just going to have these ventriloquist dummies just kind of appear, and we're not going to say anything about them. Like, we're just going to have them show up throughout the
Okay.
whole episode. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Frank later riffed on it and was saying like that dummy you had looked a lot like me. Um,
Oh wow.
and
I
then
completely missed that one.
so then Jim said, like, it was on a live stream I was doing, I think, where Frank was talking about that, and then Jim sent me a picture, and he had drawn like Frank's mustache on a picture of his ventriloquist dummy,
Oh
and he
yeah.
drew goggles on it, and it looked exactly like Frank. So that was anyhow, sorry. That just, when you said ventriloquist dummy, it reminded
Interesting,
me of
yeah.
that.
One thing I found is with this DALL-E program, not the DALL-E Mini program, but the
Yeah.
DALL-E, the main one. I've found this a few times where it's like if I take an image that I started with, you could start with your own artwork, whatever you want.
Yeah.
And then it does a variation on it. It shows you 3 variations. Then you can pick one of those variations and do another variation. And if you keep doing that, it will start to turn into something very different and fucking bizarre. And I started to get a lot of just they look like puppets and dummies and real. It's like a Salvador Dali film.
Yeah.
A film noir Dali film with these weird, terrifying nightmare puppets and stuff.
Yeah.
So it kind of suggested this entire plot of a guy, and he's a ventriloquist, and he meets this woman, and it just kind of started to suggest this whole thing, you know?
That's awesome.
So I think it's going to be really cool. Well, it is really cool, but I'll see how it kind of comes together.
Awesome.
Hopefully, like last time we were talking, you're like, I'm pretty sure they just kind of like steal images and it's like really similar. I hope that that's not the case. So far, with the stuff I've been typing in, it's like I'm familiar enough with some of the stuff I'm typing in that I'm pretty sure it's not just taking a Daniel Klaus like 8-ball cover and just slightly changing it or something. You know,
yeah, it's weird because it's like I think that just to be aware that like I think that's how a lot of the algorithms work on it, where they're kind of pulling multiple Google images and then the AI is sort of mixing it all together. But I think that's how the engine works on it, but I don't know. Like I can't say that for sure.
Yeah.
But I would be a little curious about
look into like, yeah, exactly how the process works and stuff.
Yeah, because what I remember, it did say something about like relying really heavily on like combing Google images. So it's going to be one of those things of like how transformative is it? And regardless, it's like definitely I'm sure it's going to have some kind of impact on the workforce, you know, because if it can get people art.
Absolutely. I'm surprised if it's not already doing that because one thing though, I'll just say, if anyone is out there, if you've used DALL-E Mini, have you used DALL-E Mini, Josh?
I did a couple searches on it, but I haven't like fully played with it to like really, you know, see the full utilization of it. At some point, I should have you like walk me through it or something. That'd be fun. Just to kind of see what you're doing. I saw the episode where you and Frank were kind of messing with it too, which was pretty cool.
Cool. Yeah. Well, so one thing that's nice about Urgis is kind of different about DALL-E itself that isn't DALL-E Mini is that I can't remember what I was going to say now.
You're going to talk about the full DALL-E that isn't like the DALL-E Mini. Like the functionality of it that isn't on the kind of trial version or whatever.
Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say because I already talked about the iterations and stuff. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Okay, this is one thing that kind of sucks about the new DALL-E. So you have to get on a waiting list. Once you're approved for the waiting list, you can use DALL-E, and you get like 50 credits. So you can use it 50 times, and then you have to pay money after that.
Huh.
So that is one of the things that is very limiting of it.
Okay, so it's going to be like almost like a subscription-based thing?
Yeah, you can't just endlessly generate. With DALL-E Mini, I can just sit here, and I literally have. I've generated probably close to 2,000 images just sitting here. When I'm doing something, I just have the tabs open and I refresh them, and it's very easy. Just push the button, save the entire thing, and I've just filled folders and folders and folders with stuff.
That's awesome.
With DALL-E, it's like you've got to be a little more careful because they're going to start charging you once you surpass your little limit there. And
so I'm curious about this too. Like, let's say we both type the same prompt. Does it wind up replicating the same result?
Nope. This is the thing. So if you type in a prompt, even yourself, so type in a prompt, you get like the 9 results or whatever for Dolly Mini. Just hit refresh and it will get you 9 completely different, like unique images. You can
Okay.
just, that's the thing that's very addictive about it is once you get a good combination of words and you start to get results, you hit that refresh button and you see 9 more. And then you hit the refresh button, you can see 9 more. Hit the refresh button, you can see 9 more. And you can just keep doing it endlessly. And it's like you never really get to a point where it starts to show the exact same thing. They're kind of similar, they're always going to be, it looks like the same type of thing, but
Yeah,
it doesn't repeat itself.
that's really fascinating.
It might not even be possible for it to repeat itself. I don't know. I mean, other than just like, if you calculated the number of seconds in the history of the universe or something. Like it's just it's interesting. That's the one thing that I really think is like powerful about artificial intelligence is the immediacy of it. Because let's say I get this little comic done and I put it on a web comic app
Mhm.
instantly, and boom, everyone can just read it. It's like, here you go, here it is, free. Just read the whole thing. And I can generate another one the next day and just put it out. You know what I mean? Like I could generate thousands of images and just have the next one ready.
Huh.
Like this one I'm putting a lot of thought into because I don't want it to just be random images. Like I'm trying to cultivate the best ones and make it a narrative and go back and like, okay, there's a little bit of a gap in this transition of the story where the guy meets the lady. I should go and generate some of those and but I mean, in terms of like generating a graphic novel worth of work, you can do that over the weekend.
That's so nuts.
I mean, it's just currently what I'm doing. It's just images. I might have some like text as like almost like a silent film where it's like a thing would come up with the text, or like just like a subtitle thing. Or I'm not
Yeah.
going to have like word balloon. I'm not to that level where I'm trying to get word balloons and stuff, but I've seen some people do pretty awesome stuff with word balloons because it will generate its interpretation of word balloons and language. It doesn't know the English language, so it just interprets it, and it looks like this bizarre foreign language.
Yeah.
And it mixes elements. It doesn't know what a word balloon is. It doesn't know what a panel is. It doesn't know what a eye is. So it will just mix roses with eyes and buildings with panels, and you get these really bizarre combinations, like a totally insane schizophrenic person who just doesn't understand reality, like, and they just mix their senses together or something.
Yeah. It's got like a bit of that like horror vacui kind of vibe to it. For sure. Like a lot of the AI I've seen, which is pretty interesting, That's cool.
I'm pretty excited about it, but
Yeah.
I want to see kind of how it works out. We'll see if anyone even looks at it if I put it out. So,
Well, I wanted to say thank you for doing that tribute for your friend Save State Gamers show and stuff too, because I was not familiar with his work, and so I just like I was really I felt very grateful to like kind of know who he was, because I mean he's just like a good guy to know about. Like it's just really brilliant work. But I am sorry about that, like that loss. Like I don't know how close you guys were.
Thank
So
you,
you were doing a lot of music with him and collaboration with him, right?
Yeah, so right now I was in collaboration with him working on a cover for a book, which has been difficult for me because it was like I know now that I know what happened was that he wasn't giving me real full responses because he knew he was going to be dead.
Jeez.
And I was trying to get like a little bit of art directed because he's like, I have some ideas in mind, but he wouldn't really tell me what they were, and he was just like, I don't even know if I should even do the book or if I should ever do anything. But it's like I committed to helping him with this book cover, and I still want to do it. It's like hopefully we can still collect his stuff together and publish out his book. And he has a lot of writing. He has a lot of stuff that can be published, and he is a published author. He did this book on the game Resident Evil.
Yeah, I read a bit about that, just out of curiosity because of your video, and it sounded like kind of like a very profound book about video games. Like it wasn't just
he takes
kind of about
a
like
very deep philosophical person. It's not just about the game; it's about the whole deep personal philosophy of everything.
And like the meaning of it for him, like in a very like personal way, which is kind of amazing. He sounds, I mean,
he was an incredible person.
Yeah.
And he brought a lot of people together. Like he really just, because he did his Christmas streams every year, and it was like he brought people together and people provided content, and he was a host, and just he was someone who brought a lot of people together.
Yeah.
And I don't know. He's a different. He wasn't just some. I don't want to put anyone down, but he's a different type of guy. It's like the difference between when like Robin Williams passed away.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my gosh, how can the world even exist without Robin Williams?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. It's like people pass away. There's certain people that hit you so hard where it's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like, damn.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty tragic, man.
Yeah.
But I'm glad he is remembered, like I don't know, it's like the fact that you're doing the tributes and stuff is really, I think, meaningful too, because it's like that's important,
Yeah, definitely.
Jeez. And that's
I think we're gonna do a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We're planning a Christmas stream this year. We're probably planning. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of tributes and a lot of probably hoping to any of his work that wasn't published. Trying to get it published and things like that. This is one of my puppets, by the way, from my ventriloquist comic or whatever you want to call it.
That's great. I mean, that is.
So some of it is kind of like it looks like an ink drawing. Some of it looks almost photorealistic. It's kind of a weird combination.
Great.
Some of it starts as a drawing and just slowly distorts into a photo of a puppet.
That's amazing.
And
I just love it. It also has just like a very haunted, like almost like school yearbook kind of vibe to it, you know. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. Like I kind of started out to come up with a whole plot for it. I like the little, it's not like an entire, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah,
it's a loose plot, you know. It's like an art film. It's like it has a plot. The titles should indicate enough information that you really understand what has happened.
Yeah.
But it's not a bunch of dialogue. It's not a narration and stuff. I mean, that's where I'm at currently. We'll see. Maybe I will decide to just write a bunch of text or find some program that generates text and have it highly narrated and stuff. And
oh, that would be amazing if you could actually kind of prompt AI to write it as well.
Yeah, because if I could tell it, like, look, this is the basic sentence I need, but write it in the style of Nietzsche or Camus or whoever I want it to sound like. And then it generates this beautiful, incredible like thing. It's like, it's a whole new fucking world we're living in, you know?
Yeah.
Like, how are we competing with that now?
Yeah, that is interesting.
And if we're the ones doing it, we're not really competing with it. I mean, for me, I feel like a lot of my projects I'm rethinking because I'm like, dude, there's so many steps of my process that I could use this for. And it's just going to get better every year.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is going to save. There's going to be projects that I thought I would never be able to do that I
Yeah.
might be able to kind of generate over the weekend,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want it to take over. Like I am afraid of just like that replacing doing like an actual, Toad Road comics, like actual drawn out comic book or something.
Yeah.
But it is sort of a cool additional thing that
No,
similar
it
to, I don't know,
is.
I go and I'll shoot like little films or something, it's to me, I think of it like that. It's like a side project. It's like,
No, it sounds like a worthwhile one, and you'll learn this kind of newer thing too, because if it does start taking everything, it'd be a
the
good
other thing
thing to
is,
know.
yeah, and since it's so new, it's like kind of like when Pixar films first came out.
Hmm.
It's like, if no matter what, if a CG movie came out, everyone would go watch it because it was only like the second or third one that has ever been made.
Totally.
So it's like kind of, we might be able to get in early on that.
That's awesome. I'm excited to see the results of that. It would be funny if, like, by the time I'm done with this 230 page graphic novel, everything gets automated where somebody can just do it by clicking a button.
Well, Josh, I was thinking, I don't know how you would feel about this, but I was thinking about taking some of the work you've been working on and just putting it into Dolly and see what it generates. Because it
It'd
might
be
generate something
interesting.
awesome. It might generate something. I'm not suggesting that you want to use it, but it also might just generate a bunch of crap. It seems to be largely sampling from deviant art and like very young Tumblr artists or something for some
Yeah.
reason. Because a lot of the stuff I put in, it just makes it look a million times worse, and it's horrible.
It sounds kind of fun though, you know.
It is fun finding out what you're gonna get.
I love it. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, this other dude that I found, he generated so much stuff. I was like, at first I felt like, am I the only one that's like doing this type of thing with AI? And then I saw this guy, and it's like, oh, this guy has it figured out. He's doing amazing, fascinating stuff. It's like, I almost feel like I don't even need to do this anymore. He's already generated so much cool stuff. I could just like look at his work.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's fascinating, you know. But I do think it's good to start, I think anytime there's like the potential of things getting automated, I think the proper response is to learn about it if you can. Because it's like it is the early adopters who kind of end up getting a lot of value from it. And it's kind of similar to, like, yeah, like I was saying about music, or um, like you think like early Photoshop, right? Where you had all these guys doing like paste up, and they're just like, this will never, be a thing. And then like the people who picked up like an Apple and started messing around with like the crappiest, earliest programs of that,
Yeah.
ended up with like a gigantic advantage. And there's this brief window of time usually where the new technology completely subsumes the old. And so that would be like equivalent to like the very early 90s, the very, very early 90s, where most graphic designers were just using a million bevel effects and like, um,
Right.
you
Like,
know,
yeah. Like
yeah,
like stuff that now you'd be totally embarrassed looking back that you use that.
yeah. And then you have this kind of return to like the aesthetic, like kind of underpinnings and the core foundations of like drawing and design. But
Yeah.
still,
Like
it's
not
very,
overdoing it with the Photoshop filters.
but still it's like, if you have that core of drawing and design, and then you
Yeah.
adopt the new thing, then when like you really get to like benefit quite substantially from that like huge industry shift, and then when it all kind of ebbs back and you start seeing returns to foundations, you're suddenly the guy who knows how to play Moog, or whatever. And
Yeah.
like and you're in a rock band or whatever. Like, I'm just saying, it's like it's a cool, I think it's just a good thing. And also it's good for creatives to kind of keep their minds engaged in
Yeah, it gives
I
me
think
so
it,
many
yeah.
new ideas, like just ways I could do things that I never thought of. This is another one I just generated the other day that I really like.
Those are, I kind of love the variations there.
Like I feel like that could just be like a print or a button or, I don't know what it signifies with the colors and stuff, but it's just that's the ventriloquist when he was young. And
Kind
then
of
the
amazing.
ventriloquist dummy is sort of based on him as a child. He gets some kind of like face injury or something because a lot of them are these weird, messed up faces.
That's amazing.
I mean, I don't know. Tell me, what do you think? Like, if I didn't tell you this was generated, what would you think of this? This is like, I really like it.
I mean, it definitely looks like a graphic design kind of illustration. It's, yeah. There's something creepy about it for sure, but it definitely has
Almost
like
everything
a,
is, yeah. It has like creepy David. It's like I feel like what I'm doing is like a David Lynch horror film
yeah,
version.
it does
Just like,
have that kind of
like,
ominous David Lynch kind of thing, but I think that's
yeah,
kind of like, I honestly think that is a perfect, like, again, like, I think I said this before, but it's like I really do think that's a perfect subject matter to do AI
sure, yeah,
generated art with, because it's just, there is something kind of generated AI-ish about a ventriloquist dummy, you know? It's got that
yeah, yeah.
what's it called? The when something is like a little too realistic to be comfortable.
Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley, yeah. There's definitely an uncanny valley thing with
Yeah,
dummies and
I've had this
baby
theory for
dolls
a
and
long time about like Pixar movies and stuff because it just bugs the hell out of me the way stuff looks. And
yeah.
I thought like if I got hired, if I was the president of some studio and it was like I had to make a Pixar movie, I would make it about like people with masks, maybe toys. I think Toy Story is a brilliant choice for their first major release because they're already fake looking. They're
Yeah.
already plastic. So masks, like probably my main characters would all have weird masks. Um, just things like that, like maybe
Yeah.
robots or some things that are that do look plastic, that are prosthetic,
I
instead of
love it.
trying to simulate a real human and it just looks gross and weird and you can't. It just is wrong and off-putting to my tastes. To my
Yeah.
tastes.
That's awesome, Adam. Like, I don't know, it's kind of rad. The projects you're involving yourself in are always super fascinating.
Cool. Yeah, I have been kind of switching projects. I was
It's
finishing
not
up.
a bad
I was
it's not a
finishing
bad
up
project
Toad Road
switching.
Comics #2, and then the computer I was working on. Yet again, I did not back up my work, and I lost my progress.
Oh no.
So it 99% likely will come. It'll come back, but currently all the stuff I was working on I lost, which is very discouraging to move forward. So I was just, and then what I've been going through, I was just like, I'll just
That is a massive hit. Yeah, I've
yeah.
been through that, like the data loss of um, like a huge portfolio, and that's a hard one to. That's a hard one.
It's on there. It's just I got to get my computer to start back up, so it's there.
Okay, so it's still recoverable potentially.
Yeah, it's right there. It's just the computer. I've had this happen like multiple times now, where it's like just I have to try 100 times, and finally the computer will turn on.
Jeez, that is a
But it's
dangerous
okay.
computer there.
I think I did kind of need a break from it, anyways. I don't know.
Yeah, that might have been fortuitous, I guess, in a sense, but well, I'm glad. Like, I don't know. I'm glad that you are making projects, and honestly, the progress you were making on Toad Road was really exciting. So it'll be cool to see when that goes too. You know.
Dude, Toad Road's going to be awesome. So check this out. Do you want to hear about this?
Sure.
Toad Road Comics #1 is done. Toad Road Comics #2 is everything's done. I just need to touch it up and format it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like really, really, really close to being complete and ready to. Like, I probably will have copies in my hand this month. So 2 cool, fun things. I may have already told you this. I can't remember. I am going to do something called Toad Road Comics Deluxe, which is I'm going to combine issue 1 and 2 into sort of a mega issue for those who haven't ordered #1.
Oh, cool.
So they can just order the mega issue and it's Toad Road Deluxe and it's the whole damn thing all at once and it'll be really fun. The other thing is I'm after Toad Road Comics #2, which is going to be basically the ultimate, like Toad Road Deluxe is going to be the ultimate Toad Road to get. That's what you're going to want to get if you want to get Toad Road. After that, Toad Road 3, I'm going to start first. I'm going to publish first in black and white. I plan to go back and probably color it, but the next probably 3 issues I'm going to do in black and white. So that means I'm going to finish it 4 times faster probably, and it's going to cost like half as much. So I already have Toad Road Comics #3 drawn, and I have 3 pages inked. Inking is my favorite thing to do in the process. So all I have to do is sit down and ink those pages.
Yep.
And boom, just format it and it's done. And then ready for the next one. And it went so much faster that way that I'm excited to go to the next issue rather than, dude, I want to wait almost 2 years to fucking ever think about this. Because it's been taking too long.
Yeah.
And then at some point it'd be like, dude, I want to go back and put color on those issues. I want to collect it as a big book or something once I'm excited about it. And that will be exciting. And that will be a new exciting thing. It's like, okay, now you can get the book and it's like the whole thing is color, So that's my game plan for now is I'm planning to go to 5 issues for my first phase of Toad Road Comics.
I like it.
And then boom, I'm getting into my action adventure stuff. And it's going to be my first action adventure book is going to be short and it's going to be black and white and it should go fast too.
I like that. And like, for me, one of the reasons I did like 2 stories and I'm going to do 2 stories book 2 in black and white is I just started thinking about all the comics I love and like 90% of them are in black and white.
Yeah.
And I was like, why did I
know,
like,
right?
And not that I don't like color. It's just, I really like black and white books a lot.
Me too. I do too. Yeah.
Like I still to this day, like, I mean, I think my son would prefer, the like if he had to pick between like Scholastic's color editions of Bone and the black and white one, he'd want the color one.
Right.
But
that makes sense.
Yeah. And it makes sense because like I'm like thinking back to like when I was a kid and I'd order like Calvin and Hobbes. One of the reasons the Funny Sundays book was and I'm blanking out on what that was called. It was like the Lazy Sunday book.
Yeah,
that's it.
Lazy Sunday book.
So one of the reasons I wanted that one over most, like I think there were like 2 other collections, was that one was in color. Like,
yeah, I really wish Bill Watterson or the publishing company, they would just put out a book of all of the color Sunday pages. Like they could so easily do it. They could even do the complete Calvin and Hobbes.
Yeah.
And just there's 4 books and one of them is all color and the other 3 are the black and white or something like that. Like do the complete Lazy Sunday book. Do all of the color work in one collection and it would be the best Calvin and Hobbes book ever made.
Oh, instead of like scattering it in the complete, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like only the colored stuff. Just the entire book is just everything, just the complete Sunday Calvin and Hobbes.
I love
would
that.
be the best, even if it has to cost $100 fucking.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And just imagine flipping through every single page is beautiful color.
I do like that idea. But
Oh
yeah, so
man.
it's like it's one of those things where
I
there's
wish they would
cases
do
like
it.
that where I totally get color. You know, like I get it for especially for all ages books. Like if you're making books for little kids, preferably doing them in color is a smart idea, you know. But it's like with you know, like but bone in black and white to me is so much better.
Yeah,
It's
I love
so
Bond
much
in black and
better.
white. It's
I just I can't even stand looking at it in color. It's weird. It's not badly colored, you know. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't love the way that they colored Bone, but uh yeah, I have mixed feelings because I do have both, and I I feel that the color version, when you read it, it's a lot easier to comprehend the story of what's going on. It's a lot easier for me to follow.
Yeah.
Like there was actually stuff that I missed in the black and white version because it's so clear. You can see it so much clearly in color.
That's true. It does like separate the objects a lot more. That's true.
Yeah, like following the plot for me was way easier in color, and it was just a different experience. It's two different things.
Yeah, I think it's just because when you have line weight like that, it's like why mess with color?
Yeah, it's a shame they didn't do more a coloring approach that looked more like the classic Sunday comics.
Yeah, like a little more flat and less
Yeah,
rendery. Yeah, I
rather than
agree.
like Photoshop glossy,
Which
gross.
that Photoshop glossy thing looks great if you're doing like an action image comic, you know, like
Absolutely, that's a
it.
perfect place for
Yeah,
that.
like
Yeah,
you want shines on shines if
yeah.
you're coloring like that kind of comic. You know, you want like there to be like a sparkle on the eye and then a sparkle on that sparkle that will then sparkle, you know. But yeah, like I feel like for that kind of more traditional like pogo type stuff, it would have been cool to see, you know what? It would have looked great like the way they colored the covers of the cartoon books, like the original cartoon books where it was flat
Yeah,
color.
the color on like that first book of Out from Boneville or whatever, it looks
Yep.
amazing.
Yep.
But that probably was a lot of work for him, and he either painted it or had hired someone to paint it with airbrush, and it was probably extremely labor intensive.
Yeah.
But yeah, that looks amazing. I mean, the color on the covers, it suggests a good way to approach it. But
Yep. But I do think that my point was I don't think it's a bad call to do black and white books when you're doing indies, you know. I mean,
yeah, and it just
yeah.
depends on what you're doing. Like certain things lend
Mhm.
themselves to black and white. My
Like can
first
you
action
imagine
book.
Love and Rockets in full color all the time? Like that just wouldn't be the same comic.
I'm not a huge fan of Love and Rockets, but I mean, I guess yeah. I mean, guys like Dan Klaus and your guy Chris Ware, the way they do color so masterfully. Yeah,
Yeah.
if Love and Rockets was colored masterfully like that, yeah, I could imagine it in color.
That's true. That's just I don't know. I feel like there's an aesthetic to the black and white, you know.
But yeah, Bone just I almost am like philosophically morally opposed to Bone being colorized. It's a black and
No,
white
I
comic.
yeah, I did totally act like the indie kid when that first was announced from Scholastic, where I was just like, "How dare they?" And then I started thinking about it, especially after having a kid. I was like, "Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense." And then remembering what it's like when you're a kid and like, you know, do you want like a black and white book or do you want color? You know, I always want color as a kid. At least most of the time when I was a
Yeah,
kid, I was excited about color at a young age, but the black and white was more like
absolutely.
older. I have to disappear for a second. Do you want to promote your book, or do you mind if I put on a trailer for one of my books, whichever you want to do?
I could promote my book, I guess.
Cool. All right. So Adam's gonna let you guys know where to find his work, where to follow him on YouTube, where to check out. Definitely mention your music too.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So all right, I'll be right back.
All right. Hey, everybody. How's it going? So, yeah, I don't have my camera set up or anything, or I'd be showing it. But My comic book you can get is at toadroadcomics.com. That's the easiest way to get it. That will bring you to issue number 1 of Toad Road Comics, and Toad Road Comics number 2 will be done soon. If you don't follow me already on YouTube, I've had a little lull in activity, but I will be back soon and very active. We're planning a karaoke night in a couple weeks. I'm hoping that Josh can make it. So yeah, check out toadroadcomics.com. And the next issue should be, I'm hoping to get the next issue out this month. We'll see if that's possible. It kind of just depends on if my computer comes back to life. I did talk about my AI comic. I might just like finish it one day and it's like, boom, here it is. And then like Josh said, my music, you can, probably the best place to check out my music is it's free to listen at adamlore.bandcamp. If you go to Bandcamp, or just go to Bandcamp and type in my name, I've got my full albums over there where you can listen for free. And then on my main YouTube channel, there's kind of scattered music videos and stuff. But that's my stuff. So yeah, I guess the key takeaway is toadroadcomics.com, and be looking forward to Toad Road Comics 2, which is going to be the best. It's going to be the best issue of Toad Road Comics.
I really like the first one, but I will say some of the bits in that are just like your cartooning just leveled up a lot.
Well, issue one was just a gentle, kind of simple introduction. There wasn't really a whole lot that really happened. It was just sometimes it's just like they're sitting there looking at clouds, or he's washing the dishes. Like it's very just simple, straightforward starting point.
Yeah, you're easing people in.
That was it's part of my master plan that it's gonna build up to it. So once you go from that to once you get to issue 4 and 5 and the craziness of that's sort of my game plan, you know.
So it's funny, like, what do you think about the idea of me continuing that bit then, like the kind of Greenberg thing?
I think it's brilliant. I love it.
Like, let me see if I can.
I think it's really good. Again.
Like this thing where you can just. It's kind of.
Oh, are funny. You doing that in real time right now?
Yeah, I'm able to like literally talk to you as Greenberg as we're talking, and I realized I could do this with like literally anyone, and it was just this random thought that came to mind when I was about to go live, where I was like, I bet you could do that 1950s thing, just doing a GIF.
Oh yeah, you had mentioned that, like the clutch cargo thing.
Yeah, but like just doing like a transparent like PNG where you just like blur out the mouth.
Yeah,
and then you just overlay it. And I was like, oh my gosh, you could do that with anyone. And I'm like, that's amazing. That has to be a bit here, because half of my joke, an ongoing joke I'm trying to do on here is just own up to the fact that like I'm not doing like a very high-tech stream here. It's
right.
It's very much like OBS at its basics. And so like even lower than most people, because I can't even figure out how to play audio, you know. I'll have to pick your brain about that, because I do think,
dude, I love it. Conan O'Brien, I don't know if you remember, Conan used to do that, and like Arnold Schwarzenegger would come on and he would like,
yes,
and he was like, oh, I'm Conan.
The Arnold ones were the best.
I'm a little sissy boy. Like,
yeah, that was like right before the year 2000 bit. Yeah, I love, man. I was just talking about Conan
Clutch
O'Brien.
Cargo is awesome. Like I actually, one of the earliest things I tried to do with my Toad Road comic thing was like, this was back in like the late 90s or something, was I drew a picture of Ted and I cut out a mouth, because I was like, how am I going to animate this? I'll just do like I didn't even know about that, you know. I just made it up. Like I cut out a mouth out of this thing, but it didn't end up turning into thing. But yeah, that's an awesome. I think just doing like content like that more often is stuff that I think I would love to see, and I'm trying to do more too.
Yeah, I want to try to
like a late night talk show thing with like little bits and sketches and stuff.
Yeah, I want to do a little bit of it, but like stuff that's like very like low effort content,
Exactly. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but it doesn't impede my workflow. So it's like stuff I can throw in at the beginning, like on like tomorrow's stream, I'll probably do a cover of like Airplane Over the Sea or something. Because that's been on my mind. Because like
Oh,
whenever,
nice.
you know, like I said, I've been going through a couple mortality things lately, you know, and so
Yeah.
it's like anytime I'm going through that kind of stuff, that song is like, I think a light in the darkness. And so it's like, I don't know, I feel like it'd be fun to cover and destroy. My goal is to cover good songs. So I'm doing the thing you
And
shouldn't do in
just
art
and
school.
destroy them.
Yeah, like in art school, they always recommend if you're gonna like do a riff on like if you're gonna redesign a logo, don't pick like Milton Glaser, you know, like pick like a really bad logo and then make it, you know, better. But if you know, if you're covering something good, like one of the best songs ever written, then of course your cover is not going to sound great. But
Yeah.
but I'm still gonna do it just because it's also like I'm gonna pick songs that have really simple chord structures.
Cool. Yeah. I went through a period where I was really into those guys and some of that. Trying to think of what they would call what their label was.
Was it? They
It was
weren't
like a
on.
it was like a collective.
Oh my gosh, I'm blanking out. It's like a racing thing. I can't remember.
A racing thing.
Hold on. It wasn't Bar None, was it?
Maybe they
Find
weren't
that
on the
out.
collective of Montreal is one of the bands that's in the collective. The Circulatory System, Apples and Stereo.
Oh yeah. Okay. I like Apples
Um,
and Stereo a lot too.
I went through a
They,
phase where I still like that stuff. I just haven't spent much time listening to it. But I had a friend that was like really into it, and he turned me on to a lot of other stuff. Like it's like, oh, if you like this, you got to check out this. And
nice. I think Apples
I
and
want to say it's like
Stereo.
Elephant Six or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That would make sense.
This is one of my AI generated images. This is like when the ventriloquist meets the vixen.
That's kind of amazing.
It's pretty interesting because it's like I don't know if I want to over explain the plot too much, but it's like a case of eroticomania where in his mind he's like married to her and they have children, but really it was a sort of like, you know, just a brief little thing. So like he has this ventriloquist dummy and he pictures it as he's with her with this child, but it's really just I don't know. It's like these shattered, distorted memories, you know, like
Nice.
I'm hoping to convey that and communicate that with a lot of the titles and stuff that's what it is, you know.
Again, that sounds like great subject matter too for AI because it's like
Yeah.
it's gonna
And
come
then it kind
out
of
a
goes
little
back.
shattered and distorted.
So it'd be like a more kind of romanticized version. And then after this event happens, you kind of see some of the memories and they're more distorted where it's like, you know, when you really like someone and then you fucking hate them and you think differently about them.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's like I'm using these distorted images where it's like, oh, now he hates her. And it shows these distorted, evil, weird, nightmarish versions of her because of what she did. And, you know, just stuff like that is what I'm trying to play
Interesting.
around with.
That
Like
sounds
it's either just nothing or it might be the potential to be like a really good foundational starting point for like a fine art starting point of AI generated comics, whatever you call it, you know, I don't know.
man.
Or something in between, I don't know.
Sorry, this is a side note, but this is the page that will not die. It's like
What do you mean?
I thought I was gonna finish this page yesterday,
Oh
and
yeah.
and then I thought, okay, I'll definitely have this done by 2, and it's like, no, this is just the page that will not die. It's just not gonna die. Anyhow, sorry, this page is driving me nuts. But I'll get there. And it's not even that like crazy of colors, but I love the idea. I love the idea of like a kind of psychological story about this development of
Yeah,
this
like
guy's like perceptions. Like
I've
that's
like
interesting.
fallen in love with some of these images. It's like I some of the stuff like this image right here.
So wait, go back to that one though.
I've fallen in love with this image here, and I can't seem to get it to generate anything very similar to this ever again. Like,
That is kind of. I love the weird. It definitely has like a very surrealist
yeah, it's
quality
very
to it. You
kind
know.
of Dada surrealist. It's
Yeah.
kind of it reminds me of a lot of things, and it's not like I'm typing in surrealism and Dada, and
Yeah.
but it's like it does end up giving you these. It's almost like typography. What do you like a bracket as his eye?
Yeah.
Things like that. It's like things that a human rarely would think to do, you know?
Yeah.
So it's almost like artificial, it's not just artificial intelligence, it's like artificial creativity. It's like it's doing these interesting things and it's seeing connections between things that most humans just haven't considered yet because there's just so many things you can do, you know?
Yeah. I think it's. I think it very much is comparable to like modular, synths.
Was this the
Like
one you're talking about?
yeah. So like I can already tell like part of that's from the Joker. Like if you look at like the just that right profile, there has to have been like some kind of mashup. But like the weird
I
thing
don't think
is,
it is because like this is the thing is like you get a whole bunch of images and you can kind of see where it comes from. Like I can show you a little bit of the progression. The way I'm doing this instead of just sharing OBS is kind of inconvenient, but my computer can't handle OBS. But I'll show you how it's like you start with one and then it turns into another and then it turns into another. That might be from Joker. I don't know. It might. I mean, it seems like they're borrowing from. They're obviously sampling from something. I don't know what
yeah,
they're sampling from, but like this one, for example, I'm pretty sure is not from the Joker. Give me 1 second.
well, what's also fascinating is even if it's sampling, it's like it is definitely like
Like,
reinterpreting in a like really unique way where I think it would be hard to find the point of origin.
yeah, it's like, but it's like as you see the progression of it, it's like it doesn't seem like they're just taking one thing.
No, it's
I
definitely
think
not
it.
one
I think
image.
it's
Yeah.
sampled from so many images that it knows how to combine the data from images into a
Yes.
brand new image. It's not just like taking a section of an image and
No,
putting
it's
it in
it's
there.
it's like distorting and reworking the numbers, basically. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
insane.
it's really. I mean, it's been. I'll tell you, it's been very addictive for me. Like I just, I've spent. It doesn't take that much time because it's so passive. It doesn't really take that much of your time, but I really have filled up folders and folders and folders of this stuff.
But it's kind of
Like
just fascinating to see
like
what
these,
it will come up with too. It's
yeah,
like there is a
it's
little bit of almost like gambling with it, where
yeah,
it's like,
like interesting just to see what is gonna come next.
yeah, you're like,
It's
what
especially when
number
you
is this
start,
roulette
like
wheel?
say you
Yeah,
start with your own drawing or something. It's like, what is it gonna do with my drawing? And it does this weird version of my drawing, and it's like I can take that weird version of my drawing and do a weird version of that and see what it's gonna do. And it's just like so bizarre. It's like a weird nightmare generator thing where you can like see your dreams, and it's just really a whole new, it's all just a whole different thing.
yeah, that is really cool.
These are just my most recent ones because I needed a scene. I was like, I need a scene where the guy meets the girl, like that's fundamental. And then
I just love the eye. Like there's just certain choices it makes that are very
yeah,
strange. Like I really
you get
love
really weird eyes.
well, especially on the girl, like they're kind of bent upward.
Yeah,
Like it's just fascinating.
yeah, yeah, you
That's
get some pretty neat stuff. And then some of them get into just it looks like a photo or something where it's like, so I have this one scene where it's like I was saying, like he's reinterpreting his memories of what had happened,
uh
and it's like he thinks of it. I don't know how I'm going to communicate this in the comic, but he has a ventriloquist puppet doll, but then he starts to, in his head, think of it as like he was married to this woman and they had a child. But the child is like this weird, distorted, David Lynchian, deformed thing.
Huh.
And like the guy that, and then it's like sometimes in his memories, it's like, oh, the guy that she cheated on is in the photo, and sometimes it's him. Just shit like that. Like it's like a whole psychological thing. It's very, I mean, it has humanity to it, but in the sense of the way the suffering of a man with schizophrenia has humanity. You know, it's nightmarish humanity. It's creepy, weird, Geiger stuff, you know.
Yeah. I told you about the HR Giger
Giger, yeah.
The bit that they did on Super Ego. Did I ever tell you about that?
You may have. I don't recall what it was.
It's something worth looking up. I would play it right now, but I'm trying to get as far as I can on these plats. But it's like the whole premise of it is like it's I think it's not Paul F. I think Paul F. Tompkins plays one of the characters, but there's like a different comedian who's doing like one of the most spot on HR Giger impressions. And
yeah,
but it's a bit, so it's like it all probably resulted from somebody saying, wouldn't it be funny if HR Giger had like a suburban family, like from a sitcom? So it's like his son gets home from school. And so it's his son getting home from school and trying to get his dad to sign a permission slip so he can go on a field trip with his school.
Yeah.
But he's just like just the whole thing is hilarious, where he's just talking about like the darkness of humanity and like all of this stuff, but in a very Achok Ego kind of way. And like you get the sense that he's like sleeping in a coffin, and like everything
weird.
he says to his kid relates somehow to like some sort of body part or like like ovarian process. It's like, it's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the funniest bits ever. But it's like and meanwhile, you know, the straight man is the kid who's just like, look, Dad, can you just sign the form so I can go to school? And he's like, guess what my favorite jelly bean is? Yes, that's right, the black jelly bean, because it's just stupid like bits, but it's one of the funniest HR Giger related things you'd get a kick out of it.
Cool. Yeah, I have seen maybe one or two interviews with him. I mostly have seen his work, but yeah, he's an interesting, weird, creepy fucking guy.
Yeah, but the Super Ego version of HR Giger is just, it's incredible. You'll love it.
This is one of the photos where you can kind of see, like I was saying, like he in his head, like he has this ventriloquist dummy, and it starts to morph into, in his mind, it's like their child together. At one point, the ventriloquist dummy like grows legs and like walks around as this weird monster creature. I don't know. It's like just you know what I mean? Like the generated images started to suggest weird plots and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I started generating stuff in between to tie it all together, that it has a logic to it.
That's awesome.
But it's like a surrealist logic. It's supposed to be a little bit enigmatic too.
That's just great. Like, it sounds like a good plot to just device for that specific medium, you know. It's kind of interesting too, because it kind of looks almost like a little bit of like the sort of collage art that like Kurt Cobain used to do. Like, it's got a little bit of that. Well, it's like the cover of In Utero was like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it has that kind of creepy,
yeah,
just kind of dream.
Yeah,
but
Kurt Cobain. Maybe I can use that as a selling point for the younger generations. Everyone seems to love Nirvana. Like everyone in their 20s has a Nirvana shirt for some reason.
It's funny that happened, because, you know, I liked Nirvana, you know, quite a bit, but it's like, it is weird to see like a resurgence.
Not hating on it, but it's interesting that it seems like Nirvana is almost like the biggest thing of all time to a certain like I felt like at the time they weren't. They were kind of their time, and they were good. They were considered a good band, one of many, hundreds of good bands, and kind of a new, different subgenre for a while. It's kind of a era.
Yeah.
But now it just seems like they think of that as one of the main icons of the '90s is Nirvana, and just it's like this cultural milestone to them. Looking back,
Yeah,
which I guess makes sense. If you're gonna pick someone from the '90s,
yeah.
who would you pick? Like,
Well, it makes a lot of sense because, like, it was kind of a, like for at least I don't know. I don't think we're that different in age. I feel like we fall at the same. We've had this conversation about age before too, but I feel like
I
we're
don't
about the
recall.
same. I
Probably.
feel like,
You if I had to guess, I think you're a little bit older than me.
yeah, I think I'm a little older, so it might.
2 or 4 years older than me, maybe.
Yeah, and like weirdly enough, that gap might actually make a difference in like the memory of Nirvana, because like there was this thing when like they were kind of like the biggest band at the time.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, at the
Yeah.
time, Nirvana was huge.
Oh yeah.
Smells like Teen Spirit was the biggest thing that had ever happened. It was like,
Yeah.
it was everywhere.
And
it
it
was
changed,
like,
and
it was like everyone was talking
Yeah.
about it, even people that didn't care about music, or it was a huge deal somehow. Like,
And I think for a lot of us, like, for me, it was really refreshing. I remember because there was just this slew of just like love ballads and guys with like permed hair and like just this like fakeness to rock and roll, which I kind of like later have grown to appreciate a little bit. But it's like
yeah,
at the time, it was like you had like, and so like a lot of us like turned to the underground and stuff, and then it was like there was this kind of above ground band that just sounded like raw, and they weren't like wearing like, I don't know, they weren't all glammed out and like singing about like drugs and girls, like, which is, it felt like that's where rock was at the time. So it was like, it was, thinking back, it's like it was a really significant band. And honestly, like, I mean, Fugazi, like, I found out about Fugazi from Nirvana, which is kind of weird.
Oh, interesting.
And it's weird too, because I listened to Minor Threat before listening to Nirvana, but I didn't know about Fugazi. And then like, because this is like kind of pre-internet a little bit, and
yeah, or just
so,
very early internet.
Yeah, and I had like my family was like late adopters. Like I think I didn't really have access to like a computer, because we couldn't afford one till like, gosh, like till I was like a senior in high school.
Uh-huh.
And so like for me, like discovering music was always kind of word of mouth, or like, somebody at a record shop, or like sending out like a mailer, to like a record label. And so it's like, it kind of have something like that in the mainstream was like, I do remember it being really significant. And there was something very raw about it. So but you're right. It is kind of funny that, I remember a few years ago where I saw everybody wearing the smiley face shirt, and I was like, wait, what? Like, like, not that it's bad. I mean, like it, if you're going to pick a band from that era, like it ages pretty well, especially In Utero. I feel like,
I think it does. I mean, I think it caught me off guard, but the more I think about it, it does make sense.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of
especially
like,
for like, if it's like a counterculture thing, it's like Kurt Cobain died. He was like a drug guy. It's just
and that was a big thing, when that happened, like that was like, everywhere. In fact, I remember being annoyed at the time because all these jocks at my school who didn't listen to Nirvana and didn't like Nirvana suddenly were like, Kurt Cobain, it was a genius. And you're like, dude, now you care? Like, anyhow, sorry.
I really do think that Jack Black in School of Rock may have had a major influence on that, because there's just one part where he says like, okay, Kurt Cobain, and it's like the way he says it, Kurt Cobain. And like, I hear younger people pronounce Kurt Cobain's name as Kurt Cobain.
Cobain?
Like it's like Jack Black is like saying it sarcastically. Like,
oh, nice.
The guy thinks he's Kurt Cobain, or so he's like, okay, Kurt Cobain. Almost like it's just almost just like it's Cobain without like the O.
Yeah. Well, it's Cabana actually. I don't know if people realize that, but that was actually his name, was Cabana.
Like that was his birth name.
Mm-hmm. He was a Cabana.
I may have told you about this, Josh. A friend of mine. This was so long ago. I thought I might borrow his idea and bring it back because it's such a funny idea. Maybe it's like something that would be fun to do on one of these streams. Is he had this idea for Kurt Cobain's long lost brother, Burt Cobain.
Oh no!
And he's this guy with a mustache and plays the accordion.
That's so good.
But this is the story behind it. Is really all of Kurt Cobain's songs are really Burt Cobain's accordion polka songs that he composed, and then Kurt Cobain just took them and did his brother, like he stole them from his brother, or he allowed it. But it's like this character that he dressed up as, and he does these like funny Nirvana versions on the accordion, or just, you know.
That's so hilarious. I love the idea. Weren't you gonna have like a very famous political guest on your show too?
I was, yeah. I might still do that. I actually had it scheduled, and then I was sick. And I was out of touch with him, and then just everything went to shit in my life. But the guy that
can put a damper on things.
And things were just so like dramatic and infighting. It was like, I don't know if bringing Jordan Peterson onto my channel like is actually a good idea, because people are going to be like, oh yeah, he's the man who will save the West, and they're going to start talking about transgender issues and agree with him. And it's like, oh fuck, now I've like created this monstrosity. I just was trying to make a joke.
Yeah.
But that guy, I mean, my Jordan Peterson, he just lives a couple houses down the street. Like I'm in contact with him, so I can do it. I may do a pilot episode of either the Frank and Adam show or the Adam Lore show.
I love it.
I'm considering Jordan Peterson as one of the guests for that.
I just think the second you revealed the bit a little bit, I was like, that's kind of genius. Like, it's a funny idea of like, and especially,
dude, I have another one too.
I don't know how much we want to reveal behind the veil of that bit.
No, it's just the tone of voice. It's like, I do have Jordan Peterson. I'm going to do an interview with Jordan Peterson.
And like, I mean, yeah, legally,
it's gonna be Jordan Peterson, the right-wing psychologist guy, whatever you want to call him. What do you even call him? He's a controversial. What is he? Is a pundit? What is Jordan Peterson? I mean, he's a psychologist, but he's. Yeah. I don't even know what you would call him.
Well, I mean, I know what I would call him, but I'm not going to say.
Like, if you had to label what his profession is, obviously he's a psychologist, but he's not known for.
I would call him like a pop, like a pop psychologist, I guess would be the best.
But he's not what he's
a political. He's kind of a political pundit.
There you go. He's a controversial political pundit.
Mm-hmm. But you're gonna like really dissect and go behind the veil.
I guess I don't know, and that's the thing is I was trying to ask people, like, I don't know that much about Jordan Peterson, so I was kind of asking people for questions and stuff. Maybe what I'll do is, this is the thing, is here soon I'm gonna schedule. Maybe just like, let me see, it's almost the 14th, like the 28th. I'm just gonna set up a stream karaoke night. If you guys can make it, try to make it. Or I'll make it on the weekend. I'll make it the 27th, which is a Saturday, and I'll set it up 2 weeks ahead. You know,
that sounds fun.
What works better for you, Josh? The 27th or the 28th?
I can't say right now. I'd have to look at.
Sorry. What typically works better, a Sunday or a Saturday?
It depends. I hate to say that. It's just like things are so chaotically busy that I literally would have to look. But in general, it can kind of go either way. So It just depends, like if there's something
And like
crazy scheduled.
afternoon is best to start. If you were able to make it, like Saturday afternoon would be good, or
Yeah,
not?
I would imagine if there's gonna be singing,
Yeah,
like
I want it to
daytime
be
stream.
karaoke and open mic. So in other words, if you wanted to do your cover of the Airplane or whatever,
Nice. So it'll be like a
perfect.
variety show. That'd be fun.
Yeah, like a open mic night at a bar where you can come do karaoke, you can come sing a cover song.
I love the idea.
I don't think anyone's going to come and do stand up, but we do have stand up comedians in the community. That Jeff Zerner is a stand up comedian. He does stand up.
Nice.
I have stand up written, but I don't know. You didn't see the karaoke stream, is that correct?
I have not seen it, but I feel like on some stream that may not exist anymore, I might have seen some of your stand up, Adam. I feel like, or we've talked about it. I can't remember, but I feel like maybe we've talked about it on off stream or something.
Well,
I'm familiar with some of it, and I'm kind of. I will say, if you did some of your routines on a live stream, that's interesting.
So during the first karaoke night, sort of episode 0, we'll call it, because it's pretty much not coming back out ever. No one's going to see it.
The karaoke that shall not be named.
Yeah, although I do want to go grab some clips from it. There was sort of a lull in the karaoke part, and I just started trying to bounce my very R-rated stand-up routine, just trying to get some back and forth and some reaction. Everyone in the audience was like, "Oh my God, Adam, you've gone too far. You went over the edge for 20 minutes." Like, oh my God. People were just like leaving. It was like in droves. It was like universal. Yeah. Adam, no, what are you doing? And then the guy that comes on is like, Adam, what are you doing? Adam. And he's like, disavow. Everything I would say is like, disavow. It's like, man.
Sounds familiar. Yeah.
But it's like, how am I supposed to do I think you mentioned this, where it's like, I was thinking, how a lot of this content is from my comic book. Wrote comics. How am I going to fucking do my comic book if this is my audience's reaction?
I think,
but you pointed out that it's like different in print. You think?
I think so. I think it's different in print, and I think it's different at a club. I don't know if that makes sense.
Rather than the live stream.
Yeah, because I also think so in the comic, part of it does hinge on like you are kind of freaking people. Like that's kind of part of the bit is like it is kind of freaking people out and making them uncomfortable. It's like there's a bit of it that is playing on the shock and the discomfort, like for sure. But like, and then I think if you did it live, there's the fact that like you almost could get murdered, like, but that's kind of part of the humor is like you would kind of bring the audience, and it's almost like an Andy Kaufman type thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Like,
some Andy Kaufman, some Norm Macdonald in there. Like, I'm just it's unfiltered. I'm actually talking about my thoughts on this.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things, I don't know, this kind of makes it funnier, but if I clarified that, I won't get too explicit on your channel.
Oh, please don't.
I won't. But for example, if I clarified that I am not against the LGBT community, I am part of the LGBT community. I am LGBT.
Yeah.
And some of my jokes that might touch on LGBT subjects are, if you think about it, at first it might sound shocking, but they're not disparaging towards anything LGBT. It's actually sexual positive. It's sex positive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think that's.
But at first, it doesn't come across. So, kind of my point though is my intention is I don't want people to think of it that way. I want them to think of it as like this surprising, shocking thing I just said about something that, you know, a lot of people don't want to think about or feel comfortable talking about because it's LGBT related, and they're sensitive about it because they are in favor of LGBT rights, or they are themselves, or and they're sensitive about it, protecting anyone,
yeah.
or that they're homophobic, and it's like, oh, it's like offensive to them to bring it up, you know.
Yeah, it's
but that's what I love.
That's what I was gonna say. I feel like that's kind of part of the bit.
Yes.
I feel like part of why it would be funny live is the fact that like if you did it and somehow you just got this magic audience that was composed of both.
Yeah.
I can't explain it, but it's just the act of surviving that would be.
But there's
like,
something about me
incredible.
I think maybe Andy Kaufman had this gene, and Norm Macdonald, and maybe Louis C.K., where it's like, there's something about it that I just get such a thrill. Like I have to do it. I get a thrill. I can't help myself.
And I think that's why
I'm here. I'm here to do this is what I'm here to do.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think it is a live bit. I know it's weird, but I think the liveness of it is like it is kind of like I don't know. It's like you could do that, gauge that dance of like reading people like in the room, and kind of the whole game is like keeping people and seeing how far you can go.
Yeah.
Like, I think, it is pretty fascinating. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to finish this tonight. So I'll be, I'll be streaming tomorrow anyway. I have to go to a friend's, cause I have a friend who's going through, what is a similar thing to what you're going through.
I'm sorry, man.
And, so I'm going to try to kind of head over there and obviously make sure he's good and stuff. But other than that, I'll be working, and I think probably live streaming and doing a morning stream. So maybe it'll start with some music. But Adam, I'm excited about you showing yourself on stream too. That's a good thing. I don't know if people who don't know you may not know how good of a thing that is, Well, but it's like
it was a huge deal. But
this is the thing is
deal. At the time, the way I was feeling, I was like, you guys don't realize this is like a once in a lifetime thing. This may be the only time, and I'm hoping to keep it going. But we will see. It remains to be seen if I just popped up on screen once, or if it's like I've been trying to work towards. I want my YouTube channel to be me on screen talking to the audience.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want it to be. And I know that my channel will be much more successful, and it's just better for everyone. But dude, I feel really uncomfortable about it. But it's like I've been easing into it, and it's melting away to some extent. But
yeah, and I think that's an exciting move, and it's also like we've talked about this before, but it's like I feel like some of it becomes like this weird thing where like the longer it goes, like the harder it is to break, something like that. Because I definitely have. That's something I can relate to a ton. A lot of people when they watch a lot of people when they see me will think that I'm not like an introvert unless they've read 2 stories, and then they might get the sense that I'm a little awkward. But it's like what people don't realize is after a convention, I feel this mix of depression and anxiety and just terror because just hanging out with people is it takes a lot out of me. But the more I do it and kind of force myself out of it, the more comfortable I get. But I am definitely one of those people who I have to really watch myself and make sure that I don't. I mean, luckily I have a family, with me right now, so it's like I can't isolate myself. But I have definitely had periods of time where I just will just shut off everything, get have no one around, and kind of I don't know. I have become convinced, at least the way my mind is wired, it kind of the darker part of me wants to go there. And it's because I think at least the mental illness I struggle with is it wants you alone, it wants me alone.
Yeah.
And so it's just having experienced that myself, and I'm not saying that's your scenario, but it's like having experienced that, I can definitely see how like making like if I were to make a choice, like, hey, I'm never gonna, show my face on the internet or something like that, or I'm just gonna hide my face in these certain scenarios. I think it almost becomes like if I haven't live streamed in like, a week, suddenly doing a live stream is really hard. And it takes me a while. But if it's been a year, it's going to take me a lot.
Right.
If it's been like 5 years, it's going to take a lot to like overcome that. Whereas if you're doing it daily, you're just like, whatever, it's another live stream. I don't know. Anyhow,
it was like 12 years for me. The interesting thing was it was like so unceremonious. It was just like no one really cared. It was just I guess that's kind of good. Like it was just sort of a non-reaction. I mean, a couple people did. Frank was there, and it was just kind of like, oh wow, cool, Like, but for example, when I told my brother, he's like, holy shit, dude, like wow, like, good for you, like wow, that's huge, Like people don't realize this is like it's part of my disorder, it's my anxiety disorder.
Mm-hmm.
It's something where if it gets out of hand, I could get to a point where I could easily never leave my house ever again. And trying to go against that, and I don't know, it's hard to explain how I guess to most people it doesn't seem significant at all.
No, I mean, from what I'm familiar with you, and I've known you, like, I'm. It's not like we're the best of friends, but it's like I've known you long enough to where, like, I knew that was pretty significant. And I didn't get to see it, but you mentioned it after the fact, and I was like, dude, that is huge, like. Yeah. That's huge progress,
I think another thing that people don't realize is I do have videos on my channel where you can see what I look like.
Yeah.
But some of those are videos from quite a while back that I had re-uploaded at the year that it says. So I think people will see, 2016. They assume that was, Adam put a video up on screen in 2016. But it's like, no, that's a video I uploaded in 2016 of something that happened in 2009 or something, So it's like, I don't know.
So it's been a while.
Yeah. Well, the last video I made was like, I think it was 11 years ago. And I don't remember if I talked to you about this. I feel like the more I speak, I just sound like a completely emotionally unhinged, insane person. But I did this series of videos.
I appreciate it. And by the way, you don't have to, again, like mention what.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm getting I think the other thing
I love talking to you, and I've been watching.
The other thing is, I think because of the content that I write, like I get in conversations like this all the time.
Yeah.
People, like I meet people with, I don't know. Also, I'm related to people with mental stuff, like, so you're not going to freak me out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, it just, so the most recent video that I actually was on screen was a series I was doing where I was making phone calls to senators and governors and stuff in all these different states because I was trying to marry myself. And people took it the wrong way. Like, I think a lot of people thought, again, I guess I get this a lot. This seems to be a theme where people misinterpret what I'm doing and saying, and they think that I'm trying to attack like the LGBT community. Like they thought it was like, oh, if you let gays marry, then you can marry a horse or you can marry yourself, like that sort of thing. Like they thought I was like doing.
Oh, that's how they interpreted.
They thought I was doing like a parody, like making fun of gay marriage or something. And once I got to that point where I realized a whole bunch of people felt like that's what I was doing, I just stopped doing it. But I really was trying to marry myself. I was trying to find a state that would let me do it. And
now, were you just doing that because it's just a funny premise in general, or were you just doing that because you legitimately wanted to marry yourself?
I did it because I actually wanted to marry myself because I was really frustrated with previous partners and the idea of having to rely on a partner. Like I felt like it was a very healthy thing. It was like a healthy thing. It was like
that honestly, that kind of makes sense.
I'm
like, dude, I've been
content
burned
being by myself. I'm content being asexual. I'm content being just, I don't need someone else. It was a positive, healthy thing. I did, I mean, I wanted it to be entertaining. So I was like talking to the lady and she's the senator. I was like, I made it a little amusing and stuff.
Yeah.
But so it really it was taken the wrong way. And
to me, I could see myself like, so when I was younger, like if I had gotten burned in a relationship or something, I could see myself pulling a stunt like that, and not as necessarily a stunt, but like having that same kind of conclusion where it's like, I'm done with these people. It's like, I mean, there's that Weezer, Tired of Sex song that used to be, from Pinkerton. Like, it's like, that's a pretty normal thing, but that is sad that it got interpreted that way. That sucks.
It's probably for the best, because it was like, it's one of the things where it's like, I'm glad I didn't have those videos up for that long.
Oh yeah, so they're
kind of embarrassing, but it's really fascinating. Like if I went and edited a documentary about all the shit I've done on YouTube, it would be one of the highlights because it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, because you've been active on YouTube for a long time, whereas like I have not.
Yeah, since YouTube started, basically.
Yeah. So I'm sure you have a lot of fascinating,
which kind of reveals how elderly of a man I am. I don't know. I think that's another thing about revealing how I look. It's like, I think people think I'm like a 58-year-old man or something. I don't know.
Really?
Some people, I don't know. I get weird reactions. Some people think I'm really young. Some people think I'm really, really old. It's like people just don't have a sense of how old I am.
Yeah. I think it's hard for people to tell. I always felt like you were a couple years younger than me, but not like tons. Yeah. I feel like we're pretty close. And you know what's for me, it was when we've talked about like 90s stuff, because it's like there's this like 2-year gap between our timeline where there's some cultural references that for you are like you're really attached to because they were part of like this formative years. And I was like 1 or 2 years a little further. So there's like we have a lot of crossover, and then there's a few of those items where I'm like, oh, that just didn't connect with me because I was like, in this grade or whatever at that point.
Exactly.
But I always felt like we were around the same, generation,
Yeah, definitely
separated by a couple of years,
Definitely the same generation, I would say.
But I mean, dude, I'm not a handsome dude. I've got like a row of screwed up teeth.
Wait. You're not a handsome artist?
Well, as a handsome artist, I have to say I'm not a handsome. That's true. I have to own the handsome artist. That's only. But my point is,
you have to be pretty handsome to be married to your beautiful wife and all these things.
No, I've fooled her into an arrangement that benefits me aesthetically, because it's like, I don't know how that works. But my point is, it's like I think. I do think like regardless, I do think like it's a good step to try to put some humanity to like behind what you're saying. But then again, you could also do the like, I don't know what it's called, like the VTuber thing, where you're just kind of doing the anonymous thing. Is that why you kind of went to like, what kind of initially led to the being like, I'm not going to show my face on camera thing?
I really think it was around the time I started to have physical health issues, autoimmune issues, severe anxiety that was like becoming more and more debilitating. I had been performing live on stage, and I just got, it was like very abrupt, where I very abruptly didn't want to do videos on camera. I didn't want to be on stage. I didn't want to go do karaoke. I felt my body was changing. There was something happening to my body. My hands weren't working right.
Yeah.
I started to like gain not really gain weight, but like what do you call it? Like just like looking sickly and like retaining water and just like a lot of stuff, a lot of health stuff hit me kind of really all at once.
Yeah.
And I started around that time, I started to get people to say like, Adam, what happened to you? This is a common thing that people are saying to me. Or people say, Adam, you suddenly look like an old man. Like I went from looking like I was 20 years old to looking like I was like 40 years old. And it was just, I don't know. It was like the start of this whole health crisis. I think that was part of it. And the anxiety of it, my anxiety just got to a point where it was like more kind of paralyzing.
Yeah.
And I've been working on it since then. That was like 2011, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you've made like huge strides because, you know, again, like I think known you since back at least to art and story days. I feel like somehow, or
I don't think so.
It might just be back to like, it might just be the 100s, but I feel like I've known you for a while. That's all.
Probably right before the 100s. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it might be through like Kevin or something.
Yeah, through Kevin.
But yeah, it's just it. I mean, like, yeah, that's a huge stride, you know.
Yeah, like just putting a photo of myself in like a thumbnail, like that was just like something I started this year. Like that was like a huge deal, and part of it too was it was kind of a it was like it had to do with Brett Keane because Brett Keane was putting. So I had a discussion with Kent Hovind on Brett Keane's channel, and
do you want to talk about that on here?
It's not like a conflict thing. I'm just saying.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I again, like I have no beef with it because I'm not really attached to either of those guys.
This isn't an attack on you. I'm just clarifying that one of the images he chose was a photo of me.
Is that the demon thing that he did?
Well, we don't have to talk about that. But,
okay, but is that the photo?
I had kept requesting him, can you please take down the devil thing?
Yeah.
Can we just be cool? And he put up just a photo of me. There's a photo of me that is like probably one of the only photos people will see of me in recent times. I'm holding a big painting. I'm wearing like a beanie. I'm holding this painting. I'm in the snow. Anyways, he used that photo, and it was kind of like, say what you will about Brett. This is something Brett and I have talked about a lot, where I've told him, Brett, I have this condition. I have it's like a body dysmorphia thing or something. Like I don't want people to see me. And I think that, I don't know if he was doing it because he thought it might bother me, or if he did it because he didn't think about it, but he may have done it because he was like encouraging me to show my face more and to get on camera more. We were both encouraging each other. We were both, because Brett did that too, where he used to get on camera all the time, and I encouraged him, dude, it's awesome when you actually just fully are on camera. You should do it more. We were kind of both encouraging each other.
Yeah.
So that was part of the step too, was like, well, that picture's already there. I don't have any control over it. So it's there. And it was sort of a stepping stone to, well, why not put it in a thumbnail? Why not put it on Facebook? Why not put another photo? A couple months later, put a photo up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was baby steps. I don't know.
That is huge, though. I mean, there's relevance to that too. I mean, there's exposure therapy, which isn't a bad way to kind of overcome, like, not that like, this is one of the things I always talk about too, whenever I talk about like depression or whatever. It's like, this stuff doesn't just like disappear, right? Like it will linger. And it's not like every mental health battle is like suddenly defeated and you go back to like reset and ground zero, everything's good, you know? Like it's like, no, like a lot of this stuff will linger. But I do think there are ways to kind of reduce the impact by like exposing yourself to like that's a good example where it's like you see it out there and then it's like, well, I mean, did that destroy the world? Did that end everything? No, like, it's out there and it's okay. Like that's kind of, I think like that's really good. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that's exciting.
No, absolutely. I guess the only difference for me was it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
I feel extremely uncomfortable about it,
Mm-hmm.
but that's what exposure therapy is about, is you put yourself in these uncomfortable little steps, step by step.
In controlled situations that you don't dive in, you just kind of you do increments, and I think that's smart. Yeah.
So I don't know. It is what it is.
I think it's exciting.
Things are bright, dude. The future's bright. Things are good. I mean, Phil passed away. His funeral's tomorrow. There's going to be like a live stream component if anybody wants to check it out. I am sorry. I'm sure it'll be like re-uploaded or something, so.
And you sent me this song, which I'm really excited about. I'll check that out off stream because I want to obviously save that for your stream and your service, the service too. Is he local to your area? Like, is this like, or is
no? Phil is someone
online?
that I only knew online. A lot of people in our community did go and travel to meet with him.
Yeah.
Some recently, actually. So Casey Roberson is one of the 100s. He was in the Life and Space anthology. He's like best friends with Phil. He talked to him every day, and he's met him multiple times. He traveled to visit Phil. Like it was just I don't know, 4 days before he passed away or something. And he is over there in Colorado, like organizing he's helping manage the stuff in his condo the property that he was left behind, and helping to talk with his father and help organize the funeral services and stuff. So Casey's taken on a lot right now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I almost sometimes forget, but yeah, Casey is one of our artists. He does a comic. He's in the 100s.
Yeah. Man. Well, yeah, we'll definitely try to. So when is that stream happening? Tomorrow, do you think, or do you know?
I think off the top of my head, it's something like 1 to 4 Mountain Time, which I'm not sure when that is for my time zone.
Okay.
I think that's something along those lines. I haven't looked at it. It's been a couple days since I double checked. But.
Well, Adam, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah.
Sorry
to talk your ear off.
No. I enjoy our conversations every time. And I love your YouTube channel. I don't know. I think you get interested in really fascinating things. It's always a fun conversation. And I don't know. I have a feeling that, I don't know. It's weird, but I feel like our minds work similar.
Yeah.
Because we'll both kind of tangent, but we follow each other's tangents. It's interesting. Anyhow, so thank you for coming on and sharing.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
AI stuff too. That's really fascinating. I can't wait to see it.
Cool. Yeah, I might have like a whole comic on tapas next week or something. I don't know. It just depends on what I do. Like that's what's so awesome about it. But yeah, thanks for having me on. It's been nice I've been looking forward to talking to you lately. So
awesome. Well, yeah. So make sure you guys are subscribed to Adam's channel.
Because soon I will be returning to doing live streams and stuff on a more regular basis. There's just been stuff going on, and
and I mean there might be a live karaoke stream coming up pretty soon.
Very likely, about 2 weeks from now. Very likely.
and I will say I've seen bits from it, and I mean we're talking like Frank Salazar and Adam belting out, awesome music and just boldly singing bravely to that's a fun thing. So make sure.
And Josh, if you're not able to make it, if you want to prepare something ahead of time, that's totally awesome too. Like if you want to record something, but
Yeah, I'll contribute in some way. If I can't make it, I'll contribute.
Well, don't
in
worry.
some
Like
way.
I'm planning on just doing. My plan is to do karaoke night somewhat regularly. It's not
That
just going
sounds
to be
awesome.
a one-time thing. It might be once.
I think
once
it's
or
a good
twice a month.
idea. I think it's a good idea. I mean, who doesn't like karaoke? You know. And if you don't like karaoke, I don't know what's wrong with anyone out there who doesn't like karaoke. But that sounds fun. Adam, thanks again. Thanks to everybody in the chats. Like we had a really active chat today, and it's pretty fun. Again, like I get a kick out of the fact that that it's just like an interesting community where there's like 5 people watching us at like 2 a.m. I think that's awesome. And I know like for huge streams, that's like not a giant number, but for me, that's huge. Like that there's 5 people hanging out with us, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty solid at 2:15 in the morning.
Right. So thank you guys for burning the midnight oil and working. And I have one last person who wants to say goodbye. I had an eyeball for a mouth for a second there. Just ignore that. It was an aesthetic decision. So have a good night. I would say this Adam guy has good art, but this stream in general is not art. Like this Mr. Kemble fellow has pulled me on stream way too often. Very mad about it. And I'll say goodnight to you all. Think about the flatness and the beauty of art and how strange it is when people have semi-mustaches and beards that aren't really on their faces. Have a good night, guys.
Adios.